I'd like to call this meeting of the King George Board of Supervisors to order.
I'd like to call this meeting of the King George County Board of Directors for the Service Authority.
Before I say anything, I want to say, Mr. Dines, it's good to see you, my friend. I'm glad that you're here. We missed you. Right now, let's stand up. We're going to do the invocation led by Mr. Collins, and then the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let's pray. Gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you for the opportunity to come together tonight, Lord. I thank you for each one of the people in the room. Lord, they care about the county, they care about one another, and they care about our children. Lord, I thank you for each one of them taking the time out to join us here tonight. Lord, I thank you for my brothers and sisters here at the dais, Lord, that we're willing to take some time to try to do things that take care of the business here. Lord, I pray that you'll be with us tonight. Lord, I pray that your grace will be over all of our conversations, that we'll be kind to one another, that we'll be glorifying to you. Lord, I pray that you'll give us wisdom and discernment as we make these decisions, and that they're all for the better of the county. We ask all this in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen.
Be seated. Thank you. We're going to do things a little bit different here at the beginning tonight. We have a special presentation that we need to do, and then we'll get into the public comment. Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. Are there any amendments to the agenda? None? All right. So right now, Matt, Ms. Monk, I'm pointing it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. So we've got a treat tonight for all the citizens of King George County. I want to turn the floor over to Ms. Renee Parker. She can talk about this project and take it over. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir, and welcome everybody. We're super excited tonight to introduce two longtime members of the society, gentlemen who spent the better part of a year getting this special presentation for you tonight for the citizens of King George County. I'd like to call up Mr. Miles Hastings and Mr. George Williams, if you could. Come on up to the podium.
To deal with that. Got some notes here in my pocket. Don't want to forget anything. My name is Miles Hastings. To my right is Mr. George Williams. We'd like to make a presentation this evening from the Historical Society membership, as well as from Canning Farm, where I live and work, to the citizens of this county. I'd like to begin this with thank yous instead of ending it. I'd first like to thank the Historical Society membership for sponsoring. I'd like to recognize Chris Dines, Eric Tolson, and the county staff that put some backbone into this. I'd like to recognize McDaniel Services for their help with some engraving. I'd like to thank Ed's Pens, a county business. I'd like to thank Mr. Larry Freeman for his help. I'd like to make a special thanks to Wallace Morton for his suggestion of Mr. Williams. And without George and his wife Sue, this project would have never happened, more than likely, because I didn't have the time to get it done. Some of y'all are familiar with the fact that Canning Farm was the county seat when King George was first formed in 1720. And they began construction of the courthouse at that time
in May of 1721. The fellow that owned the property that I live on, his name was John Lomax. He was living over in Caroline County around the Portabago area, but he owned the farm. A lot of people say, well, where did that name Canning came from? Well, on the Prosser-Chetwood land patent line that runs between our property and Millbank, the immigrant William Strother in 1680s built a house of worship. One day I was thumbing through a French to English dictionary. That's what everybody does, you know. And I came across the meaning of the word canning, and it means the way of the church. That's how the farm got its name, even before the creation of King George County. There was also a tavern there at the same location run by a man by the name of Walter Anderson. He was a clerk, the janitor. He did quite a few things. All this can be found in our court order books. I would go there as a young man on a rainy day when I couldn't be in the fields, and I would sit there with Elwood Mason, and he would show me the ropes of how to look things up. And one day we found a clipping that you'll see on that map over there. It's the only known thing we have that points to the location of the courthouse. Now, to jump ahead a few years, my family moved here in 1957. We were displaced out of Norfolk, Virginia, where we farmed. And they wanted to dig it up for the sand and gravel to build the overpasses and ramps for the interstate system. So here's where we ended up, was King George County. And when we moved here, there was a 2-year option on the property by a timber buyer to go around the farm, and he cut down a bunch of trees and he left them, and he didn't come back for them. One particular tree, which sits about 350 yards from the courthouse site that was left, had some value to it. So we took it next door to Jerry Goodman, supervisor. His father, Worth Goodman, had a sawmill there. So it was cut up and it was brought home and it was put up in the loft of a barn for the next 60 some odd years. So there the lumber sat. Just so happens that Mr. Lomax, John Lomax, back in the 1700s, he supplied the lumber for the new courthouse. I thought, wouldn't it be nice to supply some lumber for the courthouse? Well, I approached Vic about it, but I guess it dropped through the cracks and they decided not to do that. But I put more thought into it. As the lumber sat up there in the loft, the stump of the tree was still sitting out in the field. And when I was about 16 or 17 years of age, my uncle, Sam Hastings, who used to serve on the planning commission, he came up with a 2-man crosscut saw, and he says, I want you and your grandfather to cut 2 slices out of this tree. I want to make a table top. So 4 hours into one cut, 4 hours into the next cut, and we had his slab. The next thing you know, the next morning, the piece of wood had checkered so bad it was unusable. But he told me, he said, count the rings, let's see how old this tree was. So that tree was 255 years of age when it was cut down in 1957. The map over there shows the farm in 1953. You can still see the tree in the photograph. So that put the tree birth date at around 1700. So in 1720, when King George was formed, it was a 20-year-old sapling, and it could look right across that field. It could probably watch a young George Washington register some of his first surveys. It saw a woman have her ear nailed to the pillory post for bearing false witness, and she was torn off of it, and they laid on 40 lashes as she was tied behind an ox cart and led away to the jail. When this county stretched from the falls at Falmouth all the way to Little PD Creek down next to Leedstown, they probably would have heard all these rumors of a declaration of independence from England. And you'll see some things in that box that prove that, yeah, there was a lot of British influence around here. So this tree that sat there all those years and sat up in that barn loft, I thought, what better way in this body compared to the courthouse where, unless you were speeding, you might not ever see it. But each citizen of this county can walk up and put their hand on something that saw the formation of King George County. George, would you help me unveil this thing? All right. Let's start with the table. The first item is the table. This is the Chris Stein idea for the clerk. All of this wood is black walnut. And then the second item, podium. See the design.
I don't have any notes, but I'll try not to take much time. Miles and I started working on this April of last year, according to my notes. And his requirements for the table is pretty simple, a 2x4 table with a vanity shield. The podium, he had a rough sketch of it, pretty good sketch actually overall, but the devil's in the details. And so I came up with a couple of approaches to it, and we finally chose a panels instead of something solid for the sides. And of course that kind of presented a problem. I'm not good at real resawing from a thick board, and that's where Larry Freeman came in with his sawmill. He's a good friend of mine, and he cut some so I wouldn't have to make so much sawdust to get the panels for the side. And so anyhow, we continued to work. It's been a long project. We met with Mrs. Parker and county administrator and a few other people here in December, and I thought it was over. You know, I thought it was finished. We were trying to pick out what kind of finish use on it, and they reminded us that we really needed a fold-down shelf for the for handicapped to use. So anyhow, we overcame that, and we picked finish, and my wife put the finish on it, and so here it is. And I spent a lot of time on it, and I came to King George in April of 1965, so I've been here almost 60 years. And I worked at Dahlgren for about 38 years, I think. it was a great place to work, and King George has been a great place to live. So I'd like to donate my time and energy to the citizens of King George. Thank you very much.
As a token to remember, we had a pin made for each of the members of the Board of Supervisors out of the tree. So as you hold that in your hand, just remember the creation of this county and that we're all part of the history of this county. Up here on the dais, you'll find the map that Elwood Mason had shared with me that gives a description of the courthouse. You'll also see an overlay here. The farm has changed little since that time, but it points out some of these places. It shows the site of the courthouse, the Strother Church, and the ordinary, also the site of the tree. Shows the road, Colonial Road, but if you want to take a look at that. And then here in the box are colonial artifacts from the farm that shows how much activity was through that area because it was a bustling place at one time. But if you have time to look at that, we'd be glad for you to. Thank you.
Come here, TC, stand
What do
here.
you think of that?
I love it.
Do you?
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't that cool?
Yes, ma'am.
He's a good artist.
You know, I'm a woodworker.
You're up here now. You're in the picture. The picture we're getting right there. Want to get up on the
Oh, I don't know.
No, you get
Come on, get in here. Come on.
Yeah.
You're in.
Take pictures.
Yeah, she took like a million.
She's rapid, those are rapid shots.
You gonna take a million?
Yeah, you're in there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. It's good looking work. Thank you.
This pin is breaking. Where at? What was it? Well, you know, I'm all about solar farms. All right, thank you so much for that. That was I've been waiting for a little bit for that to be unveiled. I've been hearing a lot about it, so. My wife is a history nut too, so she'll be mad she missed it. So let's move on. We're gonna move to the public comment. Comment will be limited to 3 minutes per person in order for everyone an opportunity to speak. Please provide your full name and the district in which you live so that we can have it for the public record. First, I have Ms. Anne Marie Lavelle. Yeah. Chris is, you're back on the job, son. There you go.
Make her a walnut stove.
I'm happy to
Get there, we'll have to skip.
Hi, my name.
Get by it there.
Hi, my name is Ana Maria Lobel. I live in Presidential Lakes. Tonight, I want to thank everyone for your service to the county, especially to Mr. Collins, Mrs. Kathy Bender, and Mr. Risavi. Especially thanks to Mr. Collins for finding Mr. Risavi to check the finances. He does an amazing job. Doing the finances is a hard job. I know from my doing my own finances that it takes a lot of work, discipline, and time. I don't understand why more attention was not paid to the county's finances in the past. When the last lady that worked in finances gave me a report, I could not understand that they had the money, but they did not pay the debt. I don't know who is in charge of checking the debt is paid. The supervisor should be checking on this and not just spend our taxes. The people of King George elected you to do your job. Mr. Collins, you were asking about the high electric bills for the library. I've been asking that question since they built the library. It seems to me that will save a lot of money in heating and air conditioner if they did not have the open ceilings. Thank you.
Thank you. Hope I get your name right. Ann Claydecker? Did I say that right? I gave my best shot.
My name is Ann Klockner, and I'm the executive director at Legal Aid Works, and that is why everyone calls me Ann. I am here tonight to humbly thank you sincerely for the support you've given to Legal Aid Works in the previous budget, and we are asking for level funding for the coming year. We understand all too well what it's like to make tough choices with a tight budget. Our 4-attorney office in Fredericksburg has been serving the 5 counties of Planning District 16, including King George, since 1973, just a little bit before the tree that made this podium. We represent low-income people who need an attorney in civil legal matters, such as domestic violence protective orders and avoiding illegal evictions or foreclosures. We're the only organization providing this service. In your county, there are over 2,000 eligible low-income persons who could qualify for the services of those 4 attorneys. We help your county government by taking the strain off your social services safety net, by lifting clients out of poverty with enforceable court orders of child and spousal support that the clients would not otherwise have won without our legal intervention. We help the county court system run efficiently by helping those who can't afford an attorney. Those who represent themselves slow the system down considerably. And we assist local law enforcement by obtaining enforceable civil protective orders for domestic violence victims. We leverage your financial support to provide legal services that benefit your citizens. In this last fiscal year, 38 of your residents were assisted by our 4 attorneys, including several critical domestic violence cases. In the last fiscal year, the 3 offices of our agency obtained over $418,000 for our clients throughout the 17 counties that we serve. I always come with brochures so that you can provide good constituent services by referring appropriate residents of this county to our office. Again, I sincerely thank you for putting the money where your pledge of allegiance is to justice for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ann. James Shaw.
James Shaw, James Monroe District, columnist, Northern Next Sentinel. That was fast. Okay, where was I? Assistant journalist, kgmedia.top. Not speaking in my capacity as EDA member, but maybe just a little bit. The new hat, futurist. We live in a unique environment that inherently has embedded in it vast opportunities. Some are better at seeing these opportunities than others, and that's okay. We're all in this together, helping one another. The fun problem that one has when one dons the futurist hat is, what do you do when the prediction or projection goes totally bazonkers? There will be those who shake their head and laugh, and then there will be those who thank you for at least taking the risk, making the first attempt, moving the ball down the field a few more yards so that others will have shoulders of pioneers past upon which to stand. Kind of like the person who looked forward to this podium here. The majority want what's in our county, what seems to be an impossible thing. Low taxes, rural environment, low crime, quiet, cows, chickens, goats, sheep, beans, corn, and a few city conveniences. Some will see these impossible dreams and goals and quit. That's too hard. They will follow past experience and learning to get similar results that fall short. Then there are the others. We have been blessed in these times with a unique engineering character by the name of Elon Musk. Set aside the politics and focus on the design and the engineering. Elon has cracked the code on how to make the impossible possible. He has a 5-step formula. The first step is to question everything. And unbeknownst to us, when you as a board of supervisors started 15 months or so ago, you started questioning everything. You are on the right track. Keep it up, adding the additional 4 steps, and you too can be a part of the King George Renaissance, where the impossible becomes tomorrow's reality. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that'd like to speak? Is there anyone online?
There is tonight. There is a Gail Wirtz.
Hello, my name is Gail Wirtz. I live on Millbank Farm next to Canning, and I would like to say thank you very much on behalf of my fellow citizens to Mr. Miles Hastings and Mr. Williams for the effort they put into constructing the podium and the table. And I would also like to say that anyone who would like to know more about the history of the courthouse can attend the meeting of the Historical Society on this Thursday, the 20th, and Mr. Hastings and Mr. Williams will be there. Thank you. And thank you again to Mr. Hastings and Mr. Williams.
Thank you. Have any of the members of the board received any correspondence? Ms. Bender?
And you can start the clock, Jeff, for Mr. Collins' benefit here.
Yeah, we will run the clock on the reading of the letter as well. Thank you.
All right, you ready? My name is Larry Buckner, Jr., Shiloh District. Thank you for the opportunity to submit this testimony, as unfortunately I am unable to attend tonight in person due to medical reasons. I own land in the parcel 34 area and a home in the parcel 35 area of the district connecting to this project and wish to express my opposition. I did have the opportunity to attend the Planning Commission meeting last week and was impressed with Gibson Solar's excellent job of getting the proponents out and keeping to the talking points that they wish to put forward. Gibson wishes you believe that this project is a farm. It is not. They wish to convince the public that this project is a choice between their industrial solar project or a vast residential building. It is not. Previous to my retirement, I worked in an industry that was heavily regulated by state and federal laws. I spent much of my time dealing with legislatures, and the one thing I learned was that honesty was of utmost importance, as I would have to deal with them in the future. Many times I've seen organizations such as Gibson attempting to sell their position with false or misleading truths. It was fine for them as they wanted was a single win. Once they got their positive vote, they were done and they move on to the next target. I and my family have owned property in King George for decades. I would visit my grandparents on their farm here as a child, and now I am able to enjoy seeing my grandchildren appreciate the beauty of our county as they look for deer and turkey in the fields and watch the eagles soar above the land of our family properties. I am sure you have heard from others regarding the potential environmental issues, particularly in this vast sub-watershed area and the long-term impact of leaching toxins into our streams and wells. God forbid there ever be a fire that could be devastating to the area for decades. Should any of these catastrophes occur, a positive vote on this project will be remembered as the vote to put forth that which endangered to our county. I imagine that is not the legacy anyone would like to leave for their posterity. I believe this proposal is wrong and short-sighted, and it does not lead our county in a positive direction. It endangers our future, and I trust you will take considerable measure of this vote for the future of our county. Your decision will affect our county for generations to come, and I appreciate your thoughtful consideration in this matter. Can you restart the clock? All right. This is from Mark Morgan, Shiloh District, about the same topic, solar project in Shiloh. As a resident of the Shiloh District since 1999, I do not support the Open Roads Renewables solar project. Let me first identify what this industrial solar project is not about. This is not about the property owner's right to sell or lease their land. Property owners are allowed to lease or sell their land to whoever they desire. Out of the nearly 40 land parcels this company is wanting to use, only about 10 parcels are owned by King George residents. This is not about this company clearing nearly 450 acres of trees and removing stumps, even though in the King George Planning Commission meeting, they said they were needing to timber nearly 50% of the proposed 900-acre industrial solar site. Some board of supervisors are under the impression this company will only use land already cleared. This is not about this company disturbing the topsoil, even though once again, they told the board there will be no soil disturbance. Their proposal said, we'll remove and replace topsoil. This company tells the board of supervisors what they want to hear. This industrial solar project is about current zoning laws and our approved long-term comprehensive plan. Are we going to follow our long-term comprehensive plan? Are we going to follow our current zoning laws? And this company's own proposal is called industrial. This company likes to use big words like agri-solar or solar grazing to fool a lot of people. Fauquier County in Virginia recently turned down this company's proposal for a solar project by a vote of 5-0 on the grounds it did not meet the agricultural zoning and long-term comprehensive plan. Families who have purchased in the Shiloh District did so they could enjoy the rural and agricultural benefits our county has to offer. They appreciate the natural beauty and wildlife and want it to remain as such. If the Board of Supervisors wants to deviate from our current zoning and comprehensive plan, this will take away the purpose of building a life in the Shiloh District. This company is not looking to build a relationship with King George County. They only want to use our resources for personal gain. This company has already stated they will sell this industrial solar project within 5 years. This vote should be declined by King George 5-0 and put the industrial solar project in the correct zoning area, industrial.
Thank you, Ms. Bender. So at this time, I'd like to close public comment, and we'll move on to reports of the board. Lee?
Sure, I'll keep this fast. From the Service Authority perspective, I don't have much this evening, but as a citizen of King George County, I do want to thank the Historical Society and Mr. Williams and Mr. Hastings. I have to say, this is a beautiful piece of artwork you guys put here this evening, and God has blessed both of you with an immense amount of skill, especially for anyone who has the patience to thumb through a French to English dictionary in their free time. Thank you.
Mr. Collins?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Williams, Mr. Hastings, it's a beautiful, beautiful piece of history and woodwork. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. I thank you for the pen made out of the tree. And I promise I will pass it down to my children so they can pass it down to keep that history in my family. So thank you so much. And thank you, the Historical Society. This is unbelievable. And I hope the Historical Society will reach out to the Freelance Star and so they can see this piece of history. Ms. Level, Yes, I talked a lot about energy costs and so forth, and the library's $14,000 in the power bill in a month. I was over at the library last week for about 2.5 hours. For the 2.5 hours, my ear was peeled and the heating was running for 2.5 hours straight. So there's a problem, and we need to address what's going on over there. I'll save the rest of my comments for the budget presentation and also when the time comes up for the general fund warrants. Thank you.
Mr. Stroud.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So I received a letter that was from the Shiloh district, and I was thinking that Ms. Bender was going to read it. So I'll read it now since the letter's from Peter Mangold from Shiloh. He says, as a long-term resident of King George Shiloh district, I felt the need to at least weigh in on my thoughts regarding the proposed installation of a solar farm in my district. Our family moved here because of rural beauty and quiet setting in King George County. It has been a good run. Apparently that has ended. I'm at that time needs an agenda's change. With that said, I have concerns regarding the location of and impacts of a solar farm. Having read through a rather vague concept proposal by the solar farm, my concerns have increased. Before getting to those issues, I need to explain and would disregard the long-term county planning, which addresses the intent to maintain a rural landscape. Have waivers been issued? Has the public been allowed to vote on any of this? Placing industrial product in the middle of a farmland is hardly what residents in the district want. It's likely to be a case of current generation, not continuing legacy farming. However, installing an unsightly space mirror farm in the greenery of Shiloh is disgusting. How about using some of the useless sand pits or reclaimed landfill sites? Now, as concerns of such installation, I'm hardly an expert, as many of the supervisors are not, but years of common sense and a son-in-law in the electrical transmission industry allow me some questions. Who conducted the environmental impact survey? I would say the installing company. A bought and paid for bias document that can only benefit the solar company. Why is the King George contracted a study cost? Have a solar company pay for a study chosen by the county? The fractional cost to a large company to ensure adherence to such should be doable. There are many vague environmental statements regarding soil erosion, chemical runoff, and storage. There are a lot of hidden escape clauses. Has usage of water been addressed? These panels will have to be cleaned. What impact to the aquifer as well as individual wells will this complex incur? Is there any data that shows increased ambient temperatures when trees are removed and heat gathering mirrors are installed? What will the installation of the industry do to property values? Will rates be increased to profit the county while driving affordability up and value down? It appears any electricity generated will do nothing to benefit the consumers in the district. So someone explain the benefits. Is this a way to pay down financial mistakes of the past? Don't allow big corporations, data center, box stores, warehouses, and green projects to take advantage of an upside down deficit to tax revenue county. Be smarter than this. Do some research. Look at both short and long-term impacts. As the county supervisor, the whole county is your responsibility. Don't vote yes to keep the eyesore out of your district. Sincerely, concerned resident. And he didn't put his name on the letter, but it's on email. Oh, it's at the top of the letter. He just didn't sign it. That's all. Okay. With that, I'd like to also thank everybody that spoke. And again, thanks to Mr. Hastings and Mr. Williams and the pen and this presentation. This is amazing. I value things like this. They mean something to me. I like things that have been passed down throughout the ages, and clearly this has been passed down for a very long term. I don't have anything that's this old until now, but this is amazing, and it's going to be around for a long time, and I appreciate it. To everybody that spoke as well, thank you, Reverend Shaw, Ms. Lobos, Miss Ann. But as far as reports, I've got I met on 12 March with Mr. Smolnik and Green Energy Ventures to go over the issues that we covered in the board meeting on 4 March. There were some inconsistencies that came up during that meeting, specifically regarding the building heights that were currently permitted. And during that meeting, 60 feet was thrown out quite a bit, and it's not 60 foot, it's actually 50 feet. And I gotta turn this thing down. So the currently it's 50 foot, which isn't tall enough for a data center, but it seems that the previous board approved the AWS heights of 80 foot along the road frontage of Route 3 and 120 foot within the internal to the site. So it was also brought up that Green Energy Ventures, GV, had raised their height from earlier submissions. And after review, they've actually reduced the height. Their initial submission was 110 foot, and now they're down to 65 foot, 200 with a 200-yard setback, and then 90 foot with buildings behind the first row of buildings. So they've came down in their height, not gone up. So these things were clarified in the meeting, and as such, you know, based on this information that we were using misinformation in our last meeting, then I would like the discussion be added to our next board meeting that to bring this back up. So
Smolnik, can you make sure that's added to the next agenda?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I will.
Thank you.
So that's all I have, sir. Thank you.
Bender?
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, Anna Marie, you didn't even realize you made history. You were the first citizen to use the podium, the new podium. But I want to thank Mr. Hastings and Mr. Williams. What an incredible gift. I have to say, of all the things I've received in my 8 years, this is probably the classiest and the nicest remembrance. And, you know, I've seen pieces of the bridge we gave the Historical Society and pieces of the monument, but this is just an amazing gift. And it's awesome what kind of work you can do with your hands, especially if you guys, before you leave, take a look at the seal. The work on that is pretty special. And it's sad that we don't have a lot of people in this world that takes the time to do this kind of work, because it's pretty amazing. So I want to thank them and have all the citizens check it out on their way out of here. It's pretty amazing work. So thank you again. Just for a couple of clarifiers, most of the things I did this week were service authority related, or in the last 2 weeks. I did meet with Green Energy Ventures. I'm glad Mr. Stroud brought that up, because I would have brought it up about looking back at that. The one other thing I want to mention that we need to start the process of is the comprehensive plan review. So I would like to ask the chair if we could start that process, because that's go through the planning commission and that, because we really need to take a look-see at it. It was done in 2019, started in 2017, and a lot has gone on in that time. And we need to really make decisions about where we want development and things like that, and mapping. And well, the last thing I wanted to mention is yesterday, I take my job seriously. Or not yesterday, 2 days ago, I do own my own personal drone. And I did fly it up to get a look from the sky at the Gibson Solar Project. So I'll be studying that and all the data when it comes before us. But for other projects, I will be doing that. But I wanted to see from the sky the impact in the timbering, and I have a lot of questions concerning it. So thank you.
Sullins?
Thank you, sir. As always, I want to thank everybody for coming out. It's cool to look out and see like full chairs, and I think we've had to bring out some more. So I appreciate everybody that cares about the county and cares about the stuff that we're doing. See some familiar faces, see some new faces. So hopefully you want, for the new folks, hopefully you want to take off without saying hi. I love getting to know folks. I want to thank the folks that make public comment tonight. Ms. Klockner, thank you for the information. There you are. Sorry. Thank you for the information. That sounds pretty cool. Thank you, Pastor Shaw. think you're right that folks want the impossible. I don't look at it often, but every now and again I check Facebook to see what my kids are up to because they're out of the house now. And I just happened to be reading today, and somebody was expressing a desire for a dog park, and somebody else wanted more parks for kids. And then I happened upon a thing where they were complaining that the old Pizza Hut is becoming yet another tobacco shop. And I would encourage you, email us. Facebook isn't official, and I miss more on it than I catch. So if you really are curious as to what's going on and why, like the tobacco shop, there were a lot of complaints that, how did we let that happen? We have no say over it. It's a commercial property that's rented out to the person that started that business. We have no say over that. So, but if anybody's ever actually curious, reach out. We actually like engaging people. So thank you for being here and engaging us tonight. Let's see, what else? Glad to see Mr. Dines back. Sight for sore eyes, brother. Thank you for coming back. Mr. Williams, Mr. Hastings, gentlemen, you were right. The devil is in the details, but in this case, I'd say you gave the devil a whooping because that came out beautiful. Well done, gentlemen. Thank you so much for this amazing gift and for the pen. That is truly one of the nicest gifts I've ever had. I really appreciate that. And to wrap up my report, I'll tell you what you've actually been paying me for the last couple of weeks. So I got to attend the FAMPO meeting this week, and we're not voting members on that. So we're basically just observers and listeners on that. But I did get to dial in and listen to that. Engaged a lot of emails, phone calls. The budget was obviously one of the things that a lot of people wanted to talk about. Some noise complaints, the solar farm, lots of interaction over the application for the solar farm. Actually, 2 solar farms there. And also some discussion on the service authority. And then finally, last week, we had a joint meeting with the school board to discuss the budget. And I think that's about it. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Sullins. Mr. Hastings, Mr. Williams, thank you so much. A lot of hard work went to that, and it looks great. I love history, and I can picture about where it was. I've been out on that property, and then you mentioned one of my favorite names, which may not be some people's, but Jerry Goodman was like I had my dad, the pastor. If you know Jerry was like my other father. So I'm not gonna say one was the angel, but I had Jerry. But his boy was one of my best friends in that sawmill right there. We rode motorcycles and we played in it, and we spent a lot of time working there. So it's just a lot of history wrapped up in that. So thank you very much. The pen is absolutely beautiful as well. But I also would say, Ms. Parker, thank you for all that you do for the Historical Society. And there's sometimes when you do something like that, it seems like you're doing it and who's caring and who's paying attention, right? But I can tell you that people do, and I know that I do, and I appreciate you trying to keep King George history alive with all that you do, and the Ralph Bunch people and all that they do. And I know it's all about King George, who we are, and just remembering that, and not forgetting it. And so I'm very, very, very happy for that. So thank all of you for the work that you do that's not paid for, and just thank you. So I don't think it left anything out, but I'm going to move on from the reports of the members of the board, and we'll move on to the consent agenda.
I will make a motion to accept the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Motion properly second. Is there any further discussion?
Well, again, can we set aside general fund 3602?
I'll amend the motion to do, what was the number again?
03602.
That, 0362.
Second.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion? By roll call, Mr. Collins?
Yay.
Mr. Stroud?
Yay.
Ms. Bender?
Aye.
Mr. Sullins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes. Do you want to come back and talk about that? All right. Mr. Collins?
Mr. Smolnick?
Yes, sir.
Could you review the things that we talked about?
I've got some answers for a couple of them. Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so the first question was, we were looking at the electricity. We had some questions about the different rates that we were paying. I think there were We noted 2 or 3 different schedules for some of the pump stations. So I know Ms. Cobb directed her procurement staff to reach out. It's a group, VEPCA, Virginia Energy Purchasing Governmental Association. This was created by an act of the General Assembly in 2002. This group represents localities to negotiate multi-year contracts with Dominion Energy. So, looking to see why we are on different schedules and are we in fact getting the best rate for electricity. So your staff is working on that, and I appreciate Mr. Collins meeting with me earlier this week to point that out. Some of the other discussions we had, we touched on the propane one more time. I know the general property staff, they've been busy the last week and a half or so with this courthouse move. This will be assigned to our general properties division to look at this. Again, it's to purchase our tanks so we can shop around for the best rate for fuel. And I know one of the other questions that Mr. Collins brought up was a payment, AT&T, right around $5,400. These are the telephone lines at the sheriff. And I've gone back through several of the months, and this is the recurring fee in that same dollar amount for telephone lines through AT&T. Is there anything else that I did not touch on that you would like?
There was a few, but I'll pass it for the night. So we talked about all of our Verizon charges, cell phones, the units in the fire and rescue that go to the hospital for the communication. Everything is under Verizon. And I think that if we reach out to AT&T and get them to compete with Verizon, because we spend a lot of money every month in Verizon products. So I don't think that if you look at the warrants, I'm sure you will usually, so some of the cell phones, you don't even pay that much yourself, but the county's paying twice that amount. I would ask the board to let Mr. Smolnick work on that, lowering the prices of the Verizon bills considerably.
That's something we can do.
We can look at that. I know I believe we are on the rate for public safety. We're getting a public safety rate already. I believe for the unlimited lines is $39.99 a line. $43 a line for the unlimited. So we are on, we can definitely look at it. We did have this conversation I had with Ms. Cobb and Ms. Dillard. I think it was yesterday afternoon. So if your board would like me to look into different carriers, I'd be more than happy to do that.
Yes, sir. Also, it's not just the fire and rescue. There's cell phones. Everybody's got a cell phone, and so Smoot has cell phones, and Parks and Rec has cell phones, and landfill has cell phones. So I think that we can get a better rate on a bulk purchase as opposed to what we're stepping out with now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Stroud?
Yes, sir. So I had something as well with the same topic regarding the general fund, and it was dealing with the interest payments that we're making. So Ms. Lobos is always talking about, our debt and paying down our debt, and then I saw that we have $1,157,276.34 in interest payments on there, and I guess those are going towards bond payments.
That is correct. They're all county bonds. 2023 public facility bond. This was the radio equipment. The 2020A is the new courthouse bond, and the 2020B was refunding of the 2014 bond series.
So, whenever we look at, people come in and wanting for money, we're fixing to enter the budget cycle, and everybody comes asking for money, and nobody has a problem really asking for money, but they have a problem whenever we have a problem cutting the money. but we have a lot of interest that we're paying. And it would be nice if we didn't have to pay all that, because that's money we could be using for something else. So I would just ask the board members to bear that in mind whenever we're being asked for more money. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Collins.
so on page 48 of the budget book, you'll see that the actuals for 2024 on debt service is $8,394,000. That's what we're paying towards our debt service a year. So, annual, yes, sir.
All right, I will make a motion to approve 030602 as presented in the packet.
Second.
Motion probably second. Is there any further discussion? By roll call, Mr. Collins?
Aye.
Mr. Stroud?
Aye.
Ms. Bender?
Aye.
Mr. Sullins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes. Here. Any constitutional officers like to speak? Sheriff Giles.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, members of the board and Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to say that on February 26th that at 12 noon, we cut over to the new public safety county bus radio system. There's still some things that need to do before we can conduct the final acceptance, such as they dismantled the old VHS system and to try to sell the old equipment on government supply procurement. We need to repurpose the old sheriff's VHF mobile and portable radios. We're looking at possibly donating them to somebody that could get some use out of them because we're not going to be able to use them anymore. Repurpose old fire and rescue Apex radios to other county departments such as general properties, parks and rec, service authority, maintenance, etc. We need to move the spare equipment from the sheriff's office garage to the long-term storage, and we need to conduct the final acceptance. So we're on our way to this project being probably 95% done. So I can answer any questions that anybody might have.
Any questions for the sheriff? Thank you, Sheriff Giles.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have a presentation by the King George Historical Society, Ms. Renee Parker.
Oh, thank you. I knew it was coming. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Thank you very much again for the opportunity to be put on the agenda. We truly appreciate it. You can see that our presentation tonight really is a reintroduction to our request for space and what's going to be the old courthouse here very shortly. But before I begin, I'd like to introduce our board to you. We have several members here from the Historical Society tonight. But to my left, we have our Vice President, Mark McColeman. We have our engineer, he's a retired engineer. That's what always comes to my mind when I think of Earl Leach. This is Earl Leach, and he is our communications and membership lead. Karen Tebrick, in the second row here, is our secretary. Karen found out that when we begged her to take on that role over a year ago, it's a little harder to come out of that role because she said yes. So she's been very valuable to us as a secretary. We went a little while without one. We have Mr. Bob Baird, outgoing vice president, who obviously will remain, I'm trying to get that up a little bit, remain very involved with the goings on with the Historical Society. And our treasurer is Lynn Pardee, who is not here tonight. She's out of town this week. So I just wanted to introduce the board, and I wanted to welcome the Historical Society members that are here to support. If you're a member of the Historical Society, could you please stand? Just going to ask you to do it once. Thank you very much. Thank you for the support tonight. And of course, the special presentation, I was like you when I first saw this at Mr. Williams' house. I mean, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. it's just, no, my husband's a woodworker, but there's just no comparison. I mean, this is just beautiful. And the fact that they've done what they've done and spent more than a year, really, almost a year, really, putting this together. Mr. Williams pointed out that this is the first piece of work he's done at this level where he had to craft the schematic. He normally is given something and then he builds it. This he did himself, obviously with help from others, but what a beautiful thing just for the citizens of King George County. So just wanted to thank him again. It's beautiful. I'm gonna move ahead, and you can see the agenda there just talks about accomplishments, requests for new space or an addition to space, and a vision for the future. The mission is the same mission that the society has had for a long time. So just for those that aren't aware, the first meeting of the Historical Society was in 1986. The first bylaws were signed in 1994. And I'll just say, and some of you are already aware of this, the conversation after the point where the old jail that we occupy now for the museum, between James Mullen and the county board at the time, between Elizabeth Lee and various county boards at the time, has been going on as an expansion conversation for many, many years. Just to reiterate that we are still receiving donations on a regular basis. We still receive books, historical books. We recently received 2 limited edition prints of historical homes from the Garcia family. Kathy Bender, Miss Bender herself, mentioned that we've just received recently a piece of the bridge when the bridge demolition happened. We are still receiving artifacts that we treasure, that we do our best to show in the space that we have. We call that museum tiny but mighty because it holds a lot of information, and we're very proud of it. So I want to start with the accomplishments. The big thing that you're probably most concerned with is the very first one on the list. We finally have our nonprofit status reactivated. It took a year of work mainly on the part of Lynn Pardee to make that happen. Very proud of that. So we are now active as a nonprofit again. We've got a climate-controlled storage unit. It's not big enough really to collect all of the items that we have in people's homes that are storing things for the society, but it's a start. We have partnered with the Darwin Heritage Museum so that we can have changes in the displays that you see in the museum right now. If you go in now, you'll see that there's currently a display for the first half of this year on a program that they run called Pioneers of the 20th Century. And Dr. Gates was good enough to take, tall standing, I don't know what you call those, displays basically, and had them made into posters for us so that we could display them in our museum. We don't have the room to display the standing ones that he has. We've inventoried and categorized our book collection in the museum, and I just realized I totally Ryan Portner, as soon as I saw the categorization, I thought of Ryan. Ryan Portner is our archivist and basically our director. He basically is the one who can take care of any cleaning, and I mean cleaning the way you're supposed to clean artifacts, and he does it at his house because you'll see as we get into our presentation, we need a little spot and for prep and things like that in the museum. We don't have that currently, but Ryan is part of our committee. We just buried a new time capsule at the new courthouse. Obviously, you probably are already knowledgeable that we partner with County Parks and Rec and the county for the annual tree lighting. Other things that we do, I don't have on the list. As far as community type attendance, we like to have a place at the farmers market when we can. We obviously have a place at the fall festival and things like that. We still sell the things that people in the community are used to buying. And one of the things we're really proud of that has evolved over the last year is a help desk, basically. And we didn't call it that. It's just evolved into that. It is our King George Historical Society at gmail.com, which Mr. Leach, Gloria Sharp, and Mr. McColeman basically man. And you'd be surprised how many questions we get on that email, which is located on our website, where people are emailing, asking about family histories, asking about locations, asking about cemetery markers and things as such. So these 4 people basically pass this information between each other until they answer it. So they're answering these people in real time by email and serving the community like that and sharing the history that they have access to, using what we have in the museum, using Ancestry.com, using Roots Magic, using Family Tree Maker, all of the things that these genealogy people that we have are very skilled at. We have updated our constitution and bylaws. We did that at the end of last year. And last year, for the first time in many years, we awarded the James F. Mullen and Elizabeth Knuckles Lee and Jean Graham scholarships to two very deserving students in King George County High School. Actually, one was a homeschooled student and one was a student from the high school. And we'll be doing that every year. So we're very proud of that, to bring that back. In our request for a new space, I just wanted to just jot a few things down about what we have that's in abundance that we would use in their own display. I'm going to skip to the bottom there. The map collection, the Bible collection, historic books, family history books. Those are all, if you're familiar with the museum, there's a little back area that we call our research center that's kind of tucked away. It looks like a little closet. That's where our file cabinets are. But that little tiny area is where most of that is stored. It's not easy to get to. It's not easy for people to see. They certainly look inside that little corridor and they're a little bit daunted by the massive population of books and we've organized it as much as we can organize it. But some additional space would give us the opportunity to focus on veterans displays for the various wars, Native American displays, African American displays, our schools displays. We have so much information on the entire history of schools in King George County. Post office, I didn't list that up there, but we've had many, many post offices in King George County from the very beginning. That would be its own display. So these are things that we just are not able to do right now. A few of the things we'd like to do is craft some mobile exhibits. There are exhibits and kiosk type things that are really not hard to put together at all. We don't have the space to prep that and do that in the museum space we have now, but these are things that could sit in bank lobbies, in the school lobby, in the Dahlgren Heritage Museum lobby. These are things that would be point people to our museum, point people to the history of King George County, and things we've talked about for the last couple of years. Storage and prep location, I've already mentioned, mainly for properly being able to clean artifacts the right way. And then a genealogy center. Right now, there's one computer dedicated to the museum where really anybody can sit down and take a look. Again, it's kind of tucked away in a little tiny office. It's not very inviting. When people go in, they don't really see that. They don't know that. We steer them to the possibility, but it wouldn't be the same as if we had a little bit of an expanded space where we had a couple of stations where people could come in. It would be dedicated to a genealogy research, and we have people that would be able to help them with that. I'm going to turn this over now to our retired engineer, Mr. Leach. He has done a considerable amount of work. He's going to explain to you what he's tried to do to put together what we'd like to have.
Thank you, Renee. This depiction of the courthouse was obtained from the 2012 renovation plans. There might be some aspects of it that aren't quite right. The existing museum is shown on the right in gray. It's the old jailhouse, as Renee had said. In 2023, in July, Renee had asked for the area that's shown in red, which includes the Commonwealth's Attorney's office area and an old dispatch room. At this time, the King George Historical Society would like to ask the board if they would consider allowing the museum to utilize the area in green. This would allow us to provide the displays, exhibits, and have the different work areas that Renee was just talking about. Due to the length of that area, emergency egress would utilize the hallway at the end of or in the center of the museum, or center of the courthouse, leading to the sidewalk that goes out to the parking lot. The area, all the doors to the rest of it would be locked so that no one could enter the remainder of the courthouse. Part of the reasoning behind asking for the expansion into the Commonwealth's Attorney's area was that the HVAC system that currently services the Commonwealth's Attorney's area also services the area that had been requested in 2023 in the old dispatch area. Our goal would, with the having the entire area, would be to make sure that the humidity is maintained. Some of the possible renovations that we're looking at would be closing off the hallway to the clerk's office, making sure any of the doors that would lead to the rest of the facility are locked so that no one can get in there. We would also like to create a open circulation where we would remove existing doors, make passageways through partitions so that we could have a serpentine route through this, through the museum area. One of the other things, if it's structurally feasible, would be to make a connection between the existing museum area and the Commonwealth's Attorney's office. So that way we don't have two separate areas, we have one continuous one. So possible layout for the museum is shown here, where you would have a serpentine path through it, and then only in emergencies would individuals be able to pass through the doorway and out to the sidewalk shown there. Yeah. So, Renee, if you want to.
Thank you, Earl. So that's a lot. And I know you have the package, so you'll be able to take a look at some of the finer details that are in there. In the conversation that Mr. Leach mentioned that I had with the county in 2023, that discussion really only included the Commonwealth Attorney's rectangular section, which is right next to the museum that we have right now. And different board, different county administrator recognize all that. And I also recognize, and our membership recognizes, that a lot of people are asking for space in this courthouse. We understand that. We would be grateful for anything at this point, to be honest with you. It's just so small, and those of you that have been in there to take a look know that this is true. But I just want to convey to you that the people that make up the Historical Society and have made up the society that have passed on treasure the responsibility that they have. We treasure it, that we continue to collect items that mean something, like this podium, to King George residents, that we take very seriously the responsibility of sharing the education behind the history that we're collecting, that we can take care of the products and the artifacts properly. The fact that the society owns the material and insures the material makes us a little nervous that it's not county property, because there's a point where we're in this tiny room and we're still collecting and it becomes very difficult to share it properly. So what you end up with is people that come in, they see the basic, what you've seen when you've come in, that's displayed in the glass cabinets, and we're missing out on the opportunity to share the huge volume of items that you can't even see when you walk into, never mind what's in people's homes. I have a couch that's over 200 years old that Elizabeth Lee asked me to store. It's in my upstairs bedroom. There are boxes and boxes of books in people's basements. Elizabeth Lee's, Kenneth Lee, Mr. Lee has asked us several times that we need to organize a trip to his house to take things out that Elizabeth left for us. So the need is great. The need is there. I don't think that you're doubting the fact that we have the need. We're not coming unwilling to help. We have a little bit of money. What Mr. Leach tried to do is he reached out to 15 different contractors. He took them into the building to try to get some type of a ballpark figure on what it would cost to do a piece of it, all of it, a section of it, whatever. He had several types of figures in his mind, and we, for whatever reason, lots of reasons that we got back from the contractors, nobody would bite on coming in and giving us figures for that. In my last conversation with Mr. Davis, Mr. Chairman, I mentioned that if the county used their resources and your contractors and came up with something that would be palatable for you, and there's a way for us to help financially. I mean, we are a 501c3 now. We can fundraise and target for that. We're happy to do that. There's a lot of things we can do. I served on the board at Historic Port Royal. I learned a lot from Historic Port Royal's board about what they do with their living history events. There are many things we haven't done yet that we can do to raise money. So I'm imploring you to do everything that you can and help us expand our space. We would greatly, greatly appreciate your consideration. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
I think Mr. Collins.
Yes, sir. I have a question for you, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So the existing, yeah, back to that picture.
The existing or?
Yes, so the existing is how many square feet?
I don't have it total.
Of our museum or this space?
Of the museum. Go back to the other, one with the colors.
The entire colored area? Like
Now, the existing museum. How many square feet is that?
Yeah.
I don't have that information. I don't have that information with me, unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean, it's a. Yeah. It's about, yeah.
So my other two questions is how much is the next square footage and how much is the other square footage?
Get all that and bring it back to you, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. That was my question.
Ms. Bender.
Just don't leave yet. Hold on a sec. Well, just for transparency, I am a lifetime member of the Historical Society, and I used to have many a lunch on Thursdays with Jean and Elizabeth when they were alive, and unfortunately, I haven't been able, with all the stuff I've taken on in the last year, been able to come and hang out at the Historical Society as much as I'd like to. But I do have a couple of questions, and this is concerning. There was a handshake a long time ago, and I've been told many times, Mr. Mullins and Elizabeth and Jean and other members who aren't here with us anymore, they were promised this a long time ago. So I would like to see this come to fruition. But one of my questions is the Commonwealth's Attorney's Office is known for the issue with the moisture in that section. And my concern is all the valuable documents you have. And I know it's true because before they moved, if you saw, especially Charlie Clark's, all his certificates that are all rounded out and coming out of the frames because of the humidity in there would show his certificates, the damage that is there. How do you think, is it possible to mitigate that section for your uses?
Well, that's part of the reason of trying to have the entire area and using the HVAC system that is there. There are systems that can be put up in the above the ceiling that would specifically take humidity out. As I understand it, they're using existing dehumidifiers that are simply plugged into the wall. But that would be a focus of how can we make sure that the humidity throughout that entire area. And there are two systems. We have the Commonwealth's Attorney's Office has its own system, but the majority of the wing uses that one that's mounted above basically the clerk's office, the outside units. So the idea would be to bring in an HVAC contractor, have them look at what different methods they would recommend, either modifying the existing HVAC system or putting above ceiling type units to actually draw specifically to reduce the humidity in that. I have reviewed the report that was done in 2023, and it's a little vague, but when I go through that, it doesn't really show that there are too many. There was a water damage area in the hallway. Let's see. Guess that doesn't work. But as far as high moisture was right at the door to the outside, and I believe part of that is that the gutter systems on the Commonwealth's Attorney's area actually drain back to the valley and then go down to the system. So if those gutter systems were reversed so that they go to the end of the building and then down in downspouts, that might take care of quite a bit of the water problem, the moisture problem that they have there.
Well, jumping on that second question is, do you feel that you can renovate that? Because it might take a little bit of time to renovate the building for the uses for the county. Do you see a possibility of being able to renovate that quicker maybe than the rest of the building once it's been decided exactly what goes in it?
Yes, I believe so. That with most of the things that we have other than humidity, and that can be handled with dehumidifiers temporarily, but we can use the area exactly as it is right now. Some of the things that we're showing here were just as possibilities of how it would make it a better experience for the public. But yes, the idea would be to have it somewhat isolated right now from the rest of the building. Contractors could be working in the remainder of the courthouse, and there would be no interaction between the people in the museum and the contractors in the courthouse.
And then the last thing is just informational. So I was over taking some pictures of the courthouse before it officially closed. So we have some historical, before the end. But they had mentioned that there were some maps on the wall that they weren't taking with them. So I had mentioned reaching out to you guys to see if maybe you would want them. So maybe checking in with Miss Mattingly to see if they took them or not. They were pretty cool, but they just had no use for them in the new courthouse.
We say yes to everything.
So I just wanted to put you out there to talk to her about that.
Thank you.
Mr. Collins?
400 square feet in the existing museum.
The other two?
He can't get into those right now.
Okay. Okay, and so just so the Historical Society knows, so the problem with the Commonwealth Attorney's Office was fixed. So when that water and mildew problem was due to because the office was lower than the parking lot and all the water ran in there. So when they did a new parking lot, they got all the water that now goes out to the corner. So people keep bringing up this problem and it's not real. It's done. So
yeah,
just so you know.
In my reviews of the area, and basically because we cannot access it during court sessions. We were limited to 45 minutes in each area. That I didn't see any of the problems. There were some issues in the hallway going to the clerk's office, some ceiling tiles that had water stains on it. I did see some rust on the door from the Commonwealth's Attorney's office to the parking lot. There was a little rust there, but I did not really see that much in the way of molds. According to the repurposing document, the area that would be showing up, back to that one here. So the area that is currently green within the Commonwealth's Attorney's area, not including the hallway for the emergency egress and other areas, that was 2,500 square feet. The area that's in red, I believe, is somewhere in the area of about 900 square feet.
Actually, that's right, because that's what we talked about in 2023. Yeah. Yeah, actually, the 900 square feet now rings a bell. That was in the conversation in 2023. I do remember that.
It looks to be roughly about double what you currently have, yes. Any other questions? Well, thank you both very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank you very
this.
much.
Thank you. Renee, reach out to me so we can talk. Okay, thank you. This time I'm going to move over and hand it to Ms. Bender's Board of Directors.
All right, thank you very much. I have a motion for the consent agenda.
I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion properly seconded. Any further discussion?
I have a couple questions.
Go ahead.
So looking over the, let's see, the operating fund in SA 3302, for the month of March, the Dominion bill totaled about $76,000.
Mm-hmm.
Previous months were in the 30s, 25K in January, 32 in February. So it more than doubled. Do we at least know why that was?
Hold on one second. Ms. Cobb, are you prepared to answer that question? Go ahead.
Yes, Madam Chair. So what happened was the Service Authority forgot to send over the bill for the previous month. So it was just 2 months behind. That's all it was.
Okay. Thank you.
It was December and January, correct?
December and January, yes.
Did you have a second question, Lee, or Mr. Collins?
I was trying to figure out, so January was 25, February was 32, and March was 76. So how they combined?
Ms. Cobb? It was December.
You're not paying January.
So December was 50.
Dillard, can you?
Sure. The way the Dominion Power bill runs is like this. You would get January's bill in February, okay? And you would get December's bill in January. So when December bill came, it was not turned over to finance for paying in time. So when she got the January bill, she combined them and consolidated the two of them together. So that's why that large amount was there for this consent agenda.
Mr. Collins?
And yes, I did question that. I have to tell you, I did question that to them as to why.
So was the December bill 50,000?
No, the December bill was, I think the December bill was like $23,000 or $24,000. And then the January bill was like 22 or 24, because the total bill was $48,000 for those two combined. So that was a red flag in itself. But then you had your current bill that came in. So that's what make it $78,000. So you got December, January, and February bill that was paid on this consent agenda.
So there's a couple of the months where there's a bill from the beginning and the end of the month that show up in the beginning of December, we would have gotten November's bill, and then at the end of December, we got December's bill at the same time. So that's why December's a little higher. There was two bills in that month, and we had one bill, and this one, we were just, I guess, playing catch up from missing the one.
So December was 50, and then you add the other two together, it was 25, and then 76,000. So close to $200,000 in Dominion bills in 4 months.
Is that correct? I don't have the numbers in front of me, so.
That's not what it was.
And I know, Mr. Collins, you had a question on the pumps in the, if we're paying the right fee for the pumps and whether it could be pumped at a lower time when there's off-peak hours. Is that correct on your question? And then Bowden is more than willing to come up and answer that question for you.
So I had two things that I talked to you about.
Mm-hmm.
One was the schedule. If you look up the schedules for all these pump houses, they're on different schedules.
Correct.
Well, they're still doing the same thing.
Well, I would like to call Bowden up to answer that question.
Well, let me do the second one.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
So when you talk about Dominion and you talk about peak, I showed Mr. Smolnick how it works on the bill. And so you get a multiplier on your peak. The whole thing I talked about a couple meetings ago, every 30 minutes, it makes your bill higher. So when you're filling a tank, you could fill partially in one half-an-hour segment, partially in another half-an-hour segment to keep your peak down so it won't cost as much. But one of the main problems was the schedules of the all the different pump houses.
Well, John or Mark, can you come up and answer that?
Good afternoon. So the reason that we're not able to do that with the wells here is because we produce too much water. So the well pumps run way too many hours of the day to put them on a schedule. We don't have the capability of running certain hours. They have to put timers and things in there. But really, I mean, it is something that isn't unheard of. There are water systems that do that to where they do pump during, off-peak hours. But your problem here is we pump way too much water to try to, regulate when it's actually filling the tank. If that's something that you're interested in, then we could obviously take a look to see if any of the wells would be a candidate for this and what type of equipment we would have to install to be able to put them on timers. But we understand what you're saying.
So you don't have anything in regards to the schedules?
No, we do not have. We don't control when the wells pump. Yeah, the tank levels do.
But we need to look into the schedules of
as to when the peak times are.
No, that's two different things.
Yeah.
One is the the rate schedule. So everybody, if you look at your bill on the left-hand side, you'll see all kinds of little information.
Right.
And one of them is the rate schedule, one of them is peak hours, one of them is off-peak hours, one of them is multipliers. And then on the right side is where Dominion, we pay for everything in the state of Virginia, every solar project, every data center up north. You'll see all that on your right, and your transmission fees from getting power from New Jersey and all these other places. So I'm talking about the schedule. So if you go on Dominion Power site, you can look up the schedules yourself.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty familiar with it. My father retired from Dominion, so I've had a lot of access to that. Yeah.
So you can negotiate schedules. And I don't know if Bowden is the one that would negotiate a schedule for us.
I think that's what Mr. Smolnik is looking into, correct, Mr. Smolnik?
He was looking at it on the county stuff.
But that's something we can include also to do on the Service Authority site.
About
side.
Norm.
Norm will soon be leaving in June, no matter what you say.
His wife told me he was going to stay till December.
No, he did not say that.
I talked to her myself, Ms. Spinner.
You know, if you guys get those numbers that you're looking for, we could have another discussion whether it would be suitable for these wells to follow a schedule.
We could bring that back to you, Mr. Collins.
Do you want me to come up with a presentation for you, Ms. Spinner?
Presentation for what?
How to save money on electric bills?
No, I don't think we need to do that, Mr. Collins.
Yeah, I'd like to see that.
Come to my house.
Anytime.
I'm not doing that. You can always give me information, though. All right, Lee, did you have any other questions for Mr. Collins? All right, we have a motion properly seconded. Do we have any further discussion? I will take a roll call vote. Mr. Robotham?
Aye.
Mr. Collins?
Aye.
Mr. Solons?
Aye.
Mr. Davis?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. Next up, I will bring up Bowden Environmental Services for their monthly utility report. Mr. Bowden?
Good evening, members of the board. I'm not sure if our presentation was put in play, so it looks like they're bringing that up now. And I'm not sure if you guys received the slides or not, but I can just read through those, and you don't have to flip through the entirety of the report. But for drinking water, we had a failed well pump at Oakland, and the King George County Maintenance had a contracted well driller to come out and do the repairs there. All bacteriological samples were collected and all were passed, as well as a CL2 injection quill along with the chemical metering pump was installed at the Payne system. All right, we'll go on to wastewater side. We have a lot of issues to discuss here for Dahlgren. We handled several issues were handled relating to the freezing of the reuse pumps. The King George County Maintenance removed the old sludge digester pump, and they are working on an installation of another one, working on its replacement. The sludge belt press conveyor was replaced. Also, another thing to note is the mechanical step screen is still offline and out for repair. We are currently still using a manual bar screen to screen out the influent. This has then subsequently required the influent pumps to be pulled, and we call it deragged or cleaned out from the bottom volute end. For hop yard, there was a float switch for mechanical screen that was replaced at the influent. Perkins Corner, we are having difficulty achieving adequate DO or dissolved oxygen levels in the aeration basin. This is due to missing and or damaged diffusers and valves, and this subsequently led to a violation in TSS for the month of February. This is due to the inadequacy of the treatment and the downstream filter process unable to filter effectively. For Oakland, we had multiple parameter exceedances, and these are all attributed to a myriad of problems, including DO controls, deleterious influent inhibiting biological treatment, as well as I&I present during storm events throughout the month of February, and also equipment and chemical feed failures. This is all summarized in way more detail in the utility report that we provide, and it gives cause and remedy as well as what has been then reported to DEQ. So you have all of that information to you. Also, the Fairview Beach wastewater treatment plant, nothing to report for that facility at this time. It is operating very well. And so with that, I will be more than happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? Mr. Collins, do you have any questions?
I will also note, I forgot to add this, we did submit the corrective action plan in response to the consent order for the Perkins and Oakland wastewater treatment plant. And a lot of the issues that we face at Perkins and Oakland are a part of that corrective action plan. And that's been submitted to DEQ. They have responded to let us know that they've received that, and they're reviewing that for adequacy, and they'll let us know if that is adequate or not. And so just to summarize where we're at.
Thank you, Mark, because I was going to have that on my list of things to mention.
Excellent.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
All right, next I'm going to do my monthly report. I'm going to try to hit on all the highlights. They had just mentioned about the correction action report that we do need to now follow. That was part of the consent order. We had to reply within 30 days after February 13th when we received the signed order. We will be meeting with DEQ on, I think it's April 3rd. I got the date right. And that is to go over that corrective action plan and our progress on the decommissioning of Perkins Corner. This is all part of the consent order, as a lot in the public may have seen. And I've seen many things on Facebook, what they think it is, fiber, building some housing development, but that orange fencing you're seeing in the pipes going from Perkins Corner, Canterbury Loop, all the way down to Hop Yard, that's part of our interconnect. That is what you see, that ARPA money we got is in action and on the way to decommissioning Perkins Corner by January 1st of 2027 as per our consent order. So that is all water lines and water and sewer lines that are being run to decommission the Perkins Corner wastewater plant and send it all to Hop Yard, and also add water resiliency for the Canterbury Circle Loop area, and also going all the way down to Hop Yard, a water line that people can tap in the future. And it also it will be part of our, when we have to go to surface water. So those in the public, when you see those orange fences of piping, it is for the service authority, and it is all from the ARPA funding. So it is going pretty quickly, and I think we only have one easement left that we have to get finalized to go to in the Hop Yard area. So just so the public knows. The next thing is we met with Bowman Engineering last week for 2 hours. It was quite interesting, a little over my head at times, and but it was great to hear. It was about the Dahlgren wastewater treatment, looking at the engineering, what we need to do at that plant. It was a kickoff meeting, and we provide them a lot of documents. A couple of Fridays ago, Mr. Simmons and I were over at the Service Authority office, and I think I spent 2 hours scanning documents, and then we sent some of those to Bowman so they can have some more historical information about the treatment plant to get the accurate information to come up with their report that they will submit to the board. The biocarb tank, thanks to Mr. Eisenbeis and team. Norm has seen it today. He said it looks nice, it fits well, and that's something we're adding in, replacing at the Dahlgren plant. So thank you for the maintenance team for performing that service and all the other work they've been doing. Norm is currently working on the budget with finance. Now there you're going to see something our board members have at their desk, and this is something Norm and Jackie came up with today. Jackie cleaned it up after Norm typed it up. This is Mr. Sullivan's, the answer to Mr. Trowbridge's questions. So we had a meeting last week with a company in Colorado, that is, Norm has done a lot of research on these pumps, and he can give a little more information in a second. But what this is, and I'll bring it up in the next board meeting for consideration and a vote. So this is an irrigation application report, and this is to allow us to see how many people would be interested in participating in this, putting a well on, I mean, a pump. I'll have Mr. Rasavi explain it a little better than I am. Mr. Rasavi?
We've conducted some research on the various options to monitor the potable water supply that does not re-enter the sewer system. And we've met with Mr. Solomons, had a gentleman come in, the county administrator's office, and we talked to him several months ago. So after doing some research on something that would not cost an arm and a leg for these citizens to install an additional meter to be able to track this and basically subtract it off of the sewer usage bill, we have found a product which we will think will work and that they will test, that Ms. Bender and the county administrator and I spoke to the representative. But one of the things that we have to find out is, first of all, how many actual households we'll be dealing with. Because if in fact, and I have no idea what that number may be, but when you do that, there's going to be a revenue loss to the service authority. So we have to make a determination of what that revenue loss is, and then calculate how we deal with that. We don't know if the revenue loss is a small number or a large number. So we will have to get that through this application that these folks will have to make, and then we can make a better determination on how this system would possibly be implemented.
Thank you. That was a very good summary. Does anybody have any questions? And I will bring it up at the next meeting for a vote on whether we do the survey online or not. All right. Thank you, Mr. Sabi. Then the last thing on my general manager report is the presidential lakes lot. I know I sent out to all the board members. We have started the process of having the asbestos study of the one building. Under the rules, the one building, we have no record of when it was built, so we have to do an environmental asbestos report before we demolish it, and is also part of the demo permit. So that is being done, and then we have also found a firm to be able to take apart the tanks and to dispose of the tanks. So that is in process right now. I know it's in process. And then after that, we need to take down the building, and then we could possibly bring back for the board to consider maybe selling the lot because it has no use to the service authority anymore. And just for the general public, this is a lot that we inherited with a well when this county took over that system in 1993. It is of no use anymore, and it is abandoned, and it has become a hazard to the residents of Presidential Lakes because it is an attractive nuisance to the fine young teenagers and young adults that live in Presidential Lake. And we are trying to dutifully get rid of the property, dispose of the equipment and the tanks and the buildings, and then sell the property to somebody that might be interested in it. So any questions on that? Mr. Collins, did you have a question? All right. Well, that's the end of my general manager report, and now we will have our closed session motion. Mr. Robotham?
Miss Bender?
Yes.
So for the review for the county attorney, it says a closed session, and it talks about an unsolicited bid, but there's nothing in that closed meeting hall that would say we could talk about unsolicited bid. So you can talk about a whole lot of other things, but it doesn't talk about that.
Mr. Stewart?
Madam Chair, I think the way you read that is you're looking at potentially employing someone to do certain activities, which is what the unsolicited bid is for. The closed session allows you to talk in private about the hiring of certain people. And my understanding is the unsolicited bid is a proposal to do certain work, and you may want to hire that firm to do that work.
So would that be prospective candidate for employment?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bender.
Okay, thank you.
And Madam Chair, did you want me to go over the new bylaws, which was before your report?
Oh, I apologize for that. I missed that one on there.
It's okay. I'm not dying to do it, but if it's on the agenda.
Well, let me move that back to that. Mr. Stewart?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you look in your packet prior to your report, there's an updated set of service authority bylaws. And so this was an amalgamation of work between mostly Mr. Rasavi, some by me and some by Mr. Smolnik. The things, and this really just updates it. The things that I would point out to you, Section 2 regarding the chair, It specifically gives the chair the authority to sign contracts, deeds, and then anything else that's authorized by the authority. So that would require a vote. Checks would be a little bit different because if you go to the section on treasurer, which is under section 4, and one of the things we did was we separated out the duties between secretary and treasurer where it was just one person. And so now I think what you probably want to do is have the county treasurer handle the money. All the checks would have to be countersigned. So you'd have the county treasurer and you'd have the chair to do that. And other than that, we just streamlined it and made it a little less complicated. And I'm happy to answer any questions. I know this is for discussion and y'all can think through it. And if you have questions, I'm happy to try to answer them.
I appreciate all the work you've done on it because we all saw, even with the county board of supervisors, that there was too many pages and too many things to follow, and it needed to be streamlined. So I really appreciate the efforts and the work of everybody involved. Does anybody have any questions for this meeting? We'll wait to. Okay. Thank you very much for bringing that to my attention, Mr. Stewart.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Can we have a motion for the closed session?
I move that the King George County Service Authority Board of Directors convene to closed session pursuant to State Code 2.2 TAC 3711 Sub A Sub 1 for discussion, consideration, or interviews of prospective candidates for employment, assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salaries, disciplining, or resignation of specific public officers, appointees, or employees of any public body, and evaluation of performance of departments. I invite the county administrator, interim county attorney, senior assistant to the boards, Emboden Environmental Services, and Mr. John Eisenbeis as needed because they are deemed necessary and/or their presence will reasonably aid the board in its consideration of one or more of the topics to be discussed pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2 TAC 3712 Sub F.
Second.
I have a motion properly seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries. We are in closed session. Lee, do you have a motion for coming out of closed session?
I move that the King George County Service Authority Board of Directors return to public meeting.
All right, do I have a second? I have a motion properly seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, do I have a vote? All those say aye.
Aye.
Oh, Seth, thank you for certify. Sorry. You'll comment on that one. Mr. Robotham?
I move that the King George County Service.
Nope. Do you certify? Sorry, I should.
Certify. Yep.
I do that right? I got confused there for a minute.
Madam Chair, I think you just make a motion to certify that only matters in the call were discussed and that no action was taken.
Thank you. I should, after 8 years, know that, but I got a little confused there at the closed session.
All right, so
Thank you.
I move that the King George County Service Authority Board of Directors certify by vote that only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered during the closed meeting, and no action was taken.
Do I have a second to that? And a second? Any further discussion? Mr. Robotham, do you certify?
So certify.
Mr. Collins, do you certify?
I certify.
Mr. Stallings?
So certify.
Mr. Davis?
So certified.
And I so certify. We are now back into open meeting. I will open it up for secondary public comment. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person in order to afford everyone an opportunity to speak. Please provide your full name and district when submitting your public comments so that it can be properly recorded and included in the public record. Is anybody in the audience that waited a little bit would like to give public comment on the Service Authority only? With that, Jeff, is there anybody online? Okay, is anybody? Oh, would you like to get up? This is just for the Service Authority. That'll come a little bit later. Did anybody receive any correspondence? Oh, with that being said, I will close public comment and look for a motion to adjourn.
I make a motion that we adjourn the Board of Directors to Tuesday, April 1st, 2025 at 5:30 p.m. in the boardroom of the Rivercombe Building.
Do I have a second?
Second.
The motion properly seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries. Thank you for everybody in the audience for having patience. Mr. Davis?
Thank you. All right, so next up, we have a public hearing. No, there's no. I don't have anything about public speaking. All right.
Yes, Madam Chair. Mr. Chairman, you do have a public hearing on the Harwood Battery Storage Siting Agreement. Could be in your packet behind tab 5, and I can explain the siting agreement a little bit if you'd like, and then the applicant may want to address something as well.
All right. I'll read this to you. The King George County Board of Supervisors will now hold a public hearing that has been properly advertised to receive public input regarding the Harwood Battery Storage Facility siting agreement. I will first ask for the staff report. I will then open the floor for public comment. At that point in time, public comment will be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. In order for everyone an opportunity to speak, please state your full name and the district in which you vote. Upon completion of public comment, I'll bring the matter back to the board for discussion or question where the board may or may not take any action. Right now, I'll ask staff a report.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. If I qualify as staff.
You do.
So, Mr. Chairman, what you have before you is an energy storage facility siting agreement. And what that is the Virginia law allows for these types of agreements to offset the impacts to the locality for infrastructure or for any other thing else that you can do. Typically, you see these for landfills. You see them for solar projects. You see them for battery storage projects. And that's allowed under the law. You all recall that you voted to approve a special exception for the Harwood Battery project over at Claydale. And that was contingent upon an acceptable siting agreement for the county. So this is the siting agreement that's been put before you. I will tell you, you have a different one on your desk than is in the book. And I want to, just for the public benefit, I want to explain this. There were provisions in the document that call for confidentiality And I told the applicant that this board was not going to agree to provisions that kept things from the citizens because you are a very transparent board, and they agreed to remove all of that. And so we didn't get that newest copy until last night or this morning, I think. So that is the updated copy. The other thing about this is I've been through it. I don't have any issues. It's very simple, straight, direct, to the point, says what it does and what it's for. And you may want to, Mr. Smolnick may have some comments about it before you go to public comment. You have 3 options that you could choose on Schedule B as to the payments that the county would actually get as a result of the siting agreement. So you all do have to make that decision. Otherwise, the document is in good order as far as I'm concerned legally, and mutually beneficial to the county and the applicant as I read it.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Mr. Smolnick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's a good review by Mr. Stewart. So when you flip to it's Exhibit B, you'll see the estimated M&T taxes, which are on the next page, but then also the voluntary payments. So 2A, B, C, and D. You've seen these before. The item that is E, as in Edgar, that is highlighted. This is following the public hearing. Applicant and I have had some discussions about moving this project forward. So there are 3 options that are presented by the applicant. E1 is a one-time payment, $250,000 within 60 days of the CO for this project. The second option, it's drawn out a little bit further, but the return to the county is greater. It's a recurring payment of $100,000, and then each 2 subsequent years for a total of $300,000. So option A is $250,000, then it's up to $3,000, and then 3E is a recurring payment of $65,000. One within 60 days, and there's 4 subsequent payments for a total of $365,000. The discussions that I had with the applicant, get the project online, and as you got a income stream coming in, that would allow him to give the county a little bit greater amount in subsequent years versus a one-time upfront payment within 60 days of CO. So that's why there are 3 payments here. If I were to make my recommendation, in my discussions, and just as a county administrator, I would recommend 3E for the highest dollar amount. So that would be a $65,000 payment, and then 4 other payments for a total of $365,000 cash. This is on top of the M&T tax rate and all the other voluntary payments that the applicant has already committed to. I believe that's a good summary.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
And I just want to point out something. I left the money up to them because I was looking at this legally, but as I add 65,000 times 5, I get a different number. So I assume that they're going to tweak the $65,000 number to get to $365,000, which is what the total would be over the 5 years.
Would you like me to?
You can answer that.
Thank you. Cyrus Tashikori, Harwood Power. So the 65,000 times 5 is 325. So it would be either the 250 up front. I'm sorry.
So that's what I was suggesting. Perhaps they need to tweak that to 70,000, or I can divide it out if you want. But because I think you were going to do 365,000, but the annual payment doesn't equal up.
So what we presented here, these 3 options are from the project's point of view equivalent, and so it's 65 times 3 is 325. The option 2 is the 65 times 5 is 325. Option 2 is 100,000 times 3, which is 300,000, and option 1 is a 250,000 but upfront. So I don't know that I'm following your comment. Sorry about that,
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Stewart.
If I may, this was your schedule that you sent to us, and paragraph little I at the very end says your payments will total $365,000.
Okay, I think you may be
adding the 30,000 paid within 60 days of EMS PPE cleaning equipment, you may be adding those together. So there's actually about 7 different provisions. So I think you're adding the 30,000 for the within 60 days of CO for the purchase of EMS equipment to the 325.
Mr. Chairman, again, I stayed out of the money part. I did the other, but as I read the schedule, little II says a total of $365,000 is what you're willing to pay over the 5-year period. So I think that's the.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I think that's obviously a math error because 5 times 65 doesn't equal that. But if you guys want to go with that, we'll honor it. So,
thank you.
Okay,
That's
sure.
that's
Yeah.
what I was asking for. Thank you.
No worries. I could give a brief presentation or just make myself available for questions.
Ready? Yes, Ms. Bender.
My question is just to make sure if you do sell the project, this does go along with the siting agreement, correct? I just want the public to be aware of that.
That's correct. It's also contingent on the special exception is depending on this agreement, so they're linked together.
So I just want to make sure the successors. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Mr. Collins, you have anything to say? Stroud? No. I think at this time we need to get a public comment. I didn't have anyone sign up for public comment. Do I have anyone who's wanting to speak to this matter from the public? Has anyone received any correspondence? Is there someone that wants to speak? Towards this particular project, yes, ma'am. Yes. Is there anyone online? I'd like to hear from the board on which option we're considering.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I would like option E3, the one that's got the total of $365,000.
I would concur.
Collins?
This is the only 3 options we have available. We can't get to 365 this year.
So that
Open it till it opens. That could be like 5 years from now, right?
Mr. Chairman, and maybe we should have gone over this too, but I believe those payments are in addition to the payments on the beginning of Schedule Exhibit B, and maybe the applicant would like to just run through those with you.
So maybe
Happy to. Yeah.
So is there any money, if this were to be approved, would any money coming into the county's pocket within 60 days?
Real quick, Mr. Collins, I need to close public comments. So public comments closed. Go ahead.
If it's possible to just put up the slide number 4, which has everything summarized in one slide. But basically, the financing is contingent on the project moving forward. So there are a number of payments, some that occur at site plan approval. So that's before the project, starts construction. Is $250,000 before the project starts construction. Another $30,000 paid for particular PPE equipment within 60 days. This would also be within 60 days of CO. And then there are several other payments. One over the life of the project every year. Another one every 5 years for purchase of turnout equipment. So it's a mix. But to answer your question about can we just front load option 3, we've reached deep into our ability to compete with other projects like this in the state to offer this, and moving any more money forward to the present actually impacts the finances of the project. So we really try to put every dime we could out and give you some options to pick from on that. So
my question, Mr. Chairman, is, so it's all these things says made within 60 days of commercial operation of the project. So it's going to take you a while to get the commercial operation of the project.
The first one is 250,000 prior to site plan approval.
Okay.
So that's before the construction starts.
Would that be able to be included in this year's budget, Mr. Smolnick?
I think
Probably next year would be site plan approval, maybe at the end of this year, but.
I concur with that.
Okay.
Oh, and in addition, this is just a citing agreement, obviously, but the M&T tax regime has, 6 million over the life of the project also that you're aware of, I'm sure. I did want to mention, if you go with option 3, that number would be 73,000. Okay, you got it. Yeah.
What's the will of the board? Have a motion?
Motion to approve the citing agreement at option E3.
Second.
Motion properly second. Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, could you just, subject to the approval of the county attorney and on that one, add that into the motion?
Mr. Stroud, need you to add that to your motion?
I'd just like to read it again.
Subject to the public account.
Yes, sir. So the E3 has a recurring payment of $73,000, with the first payment being made within 60 days of commercial operation of the project and continuing for a period of 4 years, with the 4 subsequent payments being made on the anniversary of the commercial operation date for a total of $365,000.
Subject to the approval of the county attorney.
Subject to approval of the county attorney.
Thank you.
Second.
Motion probably second. Any further discussion? We need to do a roll call on this, or we need roll call? Mr. Collins?
Aye.
Mr. Stroud?
Aye.
Bender?
Aye.
Mr. Sullins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Next up, King George County Capital Improvements Plan. County Administrator, Mr. Matthew Smolnick.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Members of the board, do we need to read the public hearing statement?
I read. I get to it. King George County Board of Supervisors will now hold a public hearing that's been properly advertised to receive public input regarding the King George County FY26, FY30 Capital Improvement Plan. I will first ask for a staff report. I will then open the floor to public comment. At that point in time, public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. Please state your full name and district which you vote. Upon completion of the public comment, I'll bring the matter back to the board for discussion or question where the board may or may not take action. Mr. Smolnick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. So this is the public hearing. I presented this to the Board of Supervisors as an informational item at your previous board meeting. I do have the presentation for the sake of the public comment or for the public hearing. I will be going through it. There will be some highlighted changes from what was discussed at the last meeting, some of my recommendations. So total for 25-26 for CIP 13,516,819. As noted by the asterisk, there is a change with a registrar. I'll talk about it now, but you'll see it later in my slide. So with our vendor Hart, the registers on the northern neck these are new voting machines, ADA compliant, that will be required. The entire northern neck, the registers are all going in on this together with the same vendor. Ms. Gump was able to call them and get a better price. So this number did go down. It was $86,969 at the original presentation. You got a little bit better deal due to the group rate on the northern neck. But all in all, so the total requested amount for 25-26. I'm going to go through the projects pretty quickly here. You've seen this once, as has the public. First is a metal storage building for the sheriff's office. This would be located behind the existing facility. These are some of the conditions, and it's not only to keep equipment out of the weather, but it's also to help with state of readiness. Instead of moving equipment around, everything is staged in a proper manner to get it out to serve the public when an emergency does come in. So approximate location of the metal storage facility. Number 2 project for the sheriff is a mobile command unit. This is 32-year-old mobile command unit, and it is showing its age. A lot of as you drive down the road, a lot of letters are flaking off on one side due to being out in the sun. This is just a brief layout of what that proposed layout could look like. Third project from Sheriff Giles is a replacement of patrol vehicles. So in the CIP, initially there were 5 replacement patrol cars, 1 replacement van, and 2 new patrol cars if deputy positions are approved. And then fourth would be a replacement of the communication consoles in the 911 dispatch center. I think you've seen these pictures before, quite crowded, and the restructuring of this particular facility would allow more room and a supervisor to be in the particular room throughout the shifts. And the 5th is the mobile data terminal replacement by Sheriff Giles. These are they've passed their age right now, not under warranty. So this is his third request. This is what you're going to see for the rest of the presentation. This is a summary of the sheriff, but this is how it's broken down. If there's money in 2025-26, it'll be in the right-hand column. The project title, staff's list of priority, and then a brief description. Moving on to fire rescue, ambulance replacement, $400,000 and $2.7 million for an aerial ladder truck were requested, along with $600,000 for a tanker 1 overhaul refurbishment. Moving on to general properties, 3 projects for this current year: the YQ locks at the new courthouse, modern full door at the Smoot Library. We talked about how this was installed improperly last meeting, and then roof at Station 1. IT, computer replacement, typical 5-year replacement for computers for county staff, and then Power 10 server replacement to keep our network up and running and secured. Parks and Rec there's a good list here from Parks and Rec, Wayside Park, some irrigation at Sealston, and then restrooms at Sedell Brooks were all requested in 2025-26. And then the dog park, a playground at Sealston Sports Complex, and some citizen center renovations. And then multimodal paths. This was initially presented and put up to a higher recommendation by the Planning Commission. These are for some matching funds should the county be awarded some VDOT grants. I stated we're working on the first phase of that grant. Talked to Mr. Clark. What's the possibility of us applying for and receiving some grants in this upcoming year? And that kind of weighed in my options whenever you get my final rankings here, which we'll go over. Also 2025-26, a LED message board at the Citizen Center, and the demo of the old animal pound at Sedell Brooks. This was the change, and we're switching to the register. I want to make a point that this is 1/2 of the cost. The total cost for the new voting machines is $155,000. I had a conversation with Ms. Gump the last few days. I wanted to ensure that if we break it up into 2 separate years, we'll still get that discounted price of $155,000. She heard back from the vendor, yes, you will still get it. So the request for 2025-26 is down from $86,696 to $77,817. Please note that this is 1/2 of the payment, so this will also be in the CIP for next year. Solid waste and recycling, a roll-off truck and some 30-yard boxes were requested by Mr. Newchok. Schools, we talked about these at our May 10th meeting. There was a consensus that no additional money right now will be put into the old school board office. So these were the requests. So those are really a moot point at this point in time. There was and we talked about the facilities at this joint meeting. This $1.5 million request from the school board really prompted those discussions. We talked a little bit about that, maybe a joint facility. Catwalk at the middle school. This is an item in my final recommendations, and VOTEC feasibility study. I know Mr. Collins made a motion, the board approved $200,000 for that a couple meetings ago, so there's really no need to study the feasibility, and I believe on March 10th, the schools actually have 3 different firms looking to assess that building. So, and then some parking lot striping up at Potomac Elementary. some school bus refresh, flooring replacement, and roof overlay are all in the 2025-26. Weapons detection at King George High School, 575, middle school, 250. I believe that was it for the 2025-26 projects. So this is where I'm making my final recommendations to you as a Board of Supervisors. You can take them, leave them, adjust them any way that you see fit. Just some of my discussions with Planning Commission, board members, and county staff members. And these are the items, and for anybody watching, the items that are highlighted on that spreadsheet. Those are my particular recommendations. Turf replacement, 866-109, King George Middle School catwalk, 87-160. To replace an ambulance, 400,000, 300,000 for the general properties Rule 4 YQ locks. I am recommending $800,000 for the sheriff's metal building for his equipment, and recommending 6 new vehicles, not 8. The 2 other patrol vehicles were tied to new position requests. I had to talk with sheriff. You'll see in my initial budget presentation in a little while, there are no new positions with the county, so only 6 of those vehicle requests are part of my recommendation. There's the voting machines for the register, and then the computer replacement and IBM server replacement, both IT projects. So my recommendations to the board for the 2025-26 CIP funding total $3,098,903. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be happy to answer any questions now or at the appropriate time.
All right. I think we've heard from staff. I think we'll open the floor to the public and then bring you back. So open the floor to public. Is there anyone in the public that wants to speak to this matter? Is there anyone online? Has anyone received any correspondence? Seeing none, we'll close public comment at this time. Now I'll get questions from the board. Mr. Sullins?
Thank you. Mr. Smolnik, this wasn't one of your recommendations, but I'm curious, the mobile command center for the sheriff's office, the one thing you cited was the paint coming off. I mean, painting the old one should be pretty cheap. Are there other failings that is going on there?
There are. It's my understanding that maybe Sheriff Giles can talk a little bit more about this. I believe the electrical systems are shot. I'm going to let Sheriff come up to talk about the condition of the unit.
The mobile command unit that we have now was actually gifted to us from the ATF probably 15 years ago, and that was because it was archaic for them. We, through a grant with the fire department, was able to kind of update it a little bit, but the stuff that we have going on now with it is just too old. It's falling apart. We're spending more money on trying to keep it up and running than it's actually worth.
What do we use it for?
What do we use it for? Special events, fall festival parade, graduation, hostage negotiation situations if we get anything in like that. Anything that's going to take a long time, search and rescue, so on and so forth.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Mr. Collins?
So, Mr. Smolnik, Dr. Boyd, I asked Mr. Smolnik at our meeting on Tuesday, this turf replacement. If there wasn't a fund for this turf, as it was in public meetings that there was money for this turf, then where did the money go? I've asked this question over and over and over again. I've not seemed to be able to get any answers. Neither one of you.
I don't have an answer for you, Mr. Collins, about this.
Boyd.
I don't know that I have the best answer for you either. I think we've talked about a little bit about it informally. I've gone back and took a look at what I could find, and I guess the short answer is that there is no money for the turf replacement. There has not been any money set aside. As you all know, I was at the high school prior to being here, but certainly wasn't around when the conversations about the turf went in. I can tell you that in both these, the former principal position and the current superintendent position, I have not seen a fund that was set aside for the turf replacement.
Collins, anything else? I mean, if the money's not there, then
The money's not there, but so there was always told the money would be there. The money was being put in there every year from the athletic fund. So if that's the case, there's $866,000 missing.
My guess is probably never started.
That would be my guess too.
Maybe it's something that we need to sit down and do for the future, whether we do that this time around or not, but maybe it's something we need to start looking at when we start looking at King George alumni and all the people, the boosters and things like that. And this might be the focus of some of that.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
Raising money
moving
towards.
forward. I mean, I wasn't around for when those conversations may have occurred.
When was it? How long has that turf lasted us?
Was that 2000?
2011.
2011.
So we got a pretty good idea of
the life.
Yeah, so be to plan for the future should be a lot easier. We didn't do it before, it appears.
Sure.
So I don't put that blame on you. I know you weren't in that position at that time. Neither were we, but
right.
It's something we can be proactive on now.
Absolutely.
All right, so let's talk about that further at another date, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Mr. Chair, I want to mention just that I was there when there was Bill. I remember when it was just a field and the football team got stung by the bees that were in the ground from the old farm that was there. But I do remember that in the first couple of years, it was very well maintained. Then after that, it kind of fell by the wayside. So I agree 100% that turf needs to be replaced. If you go on it, you can see it needs to be replaced, and it's a safety issue, especially for football and soccer players. But we need to make sure that the maintenance that needs to be done on it is done, and that there's some kind of a maintenance agreement. If we give this money, there needs to be a maintenance agreement to make sure that it is maintained properly each year, because it wasn't.
Absolutely. I know over the last couple of years, it has been combed and where they put the pellets in, right? And that has been done over the last couple of years. And that's also what's, I think, given us the latest indication on the life. We've been getting assessments the last couple of years of where it stands. It is getting to us. If you get out there and you feel it, there's some sprained ankle issues that could certainly occur on that turf right now. Yeah.
So I just wanted to make sure that we have some kind of maintenance for it to fund that once we replace it, because I agree with you. We made quite a bit of money off of it for several years when nobody else had a turf field in the area, and then Stafford and Spotsy decided to turf their fields, and we didn't make as much money hosting regional tournaments but I just want to make sure that it lasts maybe even longer, but that we maintain it.
And we still get interest about renting the facility from our Northern Neck schools when they get into the playoffs and things. It's not a ton of money. It's certainly not something that's going to take us to $866,000 over 10. I mean, we're not making $86,000 a year over 10 years. So it's something that we can certainly set aside and focus on, and maybe consider a maintenance plan off of. But I don't know that it's going to get us to the full replacement cost.
No, I just want to make sure we have a maintenance plan so that it could last a little longer.
Absolutely.
But one of the issues was the reason why they put the turf field in is so we could start hosting state championship games and things of that nature, even if it wasn't our team. But they didn't finish putting in the bleachers.
Correct. Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. So when we were close to hosting a state semifinal game 2 years ago, we had to consider bringing in an additional 2,000 seats. And Mr. Collins and I have talked a little bit about this. If we do want to entertain renting it out to other folks, semi-pro teams have been of interest. There's other opportunities. Seating becomes the issue when it comes to state competition. There's a threshold that we have to meet. Mm-hmm.
Anything else, Mr. Collins?
So I've been bringing that up for years. So all it simply would do is to put bleachers in the end zone area where the scoreboard is. You'd probably have to move the scoreboard or do some other operation there. But the cost versus value. So it would be very valuable to do that, but nobody has had the will to do that. We do have, we have a fund balance. And so, I mean, we could put it in the CIP if you had a dollar amount for that.
I can look into it. Yeah. We've looked into, when we were looking at the additional seats, they were actually looking at going off of the sides of the home bleachers, and there's also some room to extend off the side of the visiting bleachers to extend that longer as well. If you'd like me to see if we can explore some quotes on that, I certainly can.
Mr. Smoley, when are we going to approve the CIP? Will we be able to get this number in before we approve it?
If you would like to, you can approve it tonight. We've had the public hearing. You can wait a little while if you would like to see if Dr. Boyd and I can work together to get a figure for some bleachers. It's your call. There's no rush to get it done tonight. You could always come back and amend your CIP to add it. There are some options by the board, but I'm letting you know that there's no rush to get this done tonight. I wanted to get it done, prior to the operating budget. I know last year it lingered for quite some time, the CIP.
Well, I agree with your recommendations, one. And two, I think it would be a big value for the community if we could get that bleachers in there. And depending, if it's $15 million, the answer would be no, But if it was a reasonable thing, I think we could, I guess we would want to amend it and amend the CIP at a later date. Is that correct, Mr. Smolnick?
You would want to amend the CIP at a later date if they added the bleachers.
We could do that. That's my question for council. Whenever you asked me the question was, is there a time limit once the public hearing is held that you need to take action on the CIP? Not aware of any specific timeline, but not saying there's not out there. We're just not aware of one.
Well, I would be good with approving the CIP as it is tonight if the others had that interest, and then hopefully we could do that amendment.
So that way, your CIP's done, and if it comes back at an unreasonable number, no harm, no foul. You've already got a CIP approved.
Mr. Chair, I would agree with that because for that turf replacement, you'd probably like to start that so that it would be replaced by the football season, correct?
No, it'd probably be a project that we would begin after football season.
Okay, so in the winter?
Yeah.
Okay, so before soccer.
Hopefully. While I'm up here, I know there's a number of irons in the fire and there's some great projects up there for the school division. Just want to put it out there. I know this is your first time around doing this. This would be the first time that we didn't have school buses in the CIP. Now, again, I know there's there's $3 million of projects up there. Typically on an annual basis, we would buy 2 or 3 or 4 school buses, depending on the amount we could afford. And we would age out our oldest school buses that had the highest mileage or the most issues with those school buses. If we were to skip a year, then that would create a compounding issue for next year. It's something that I'd work with my staff on, but just want to put that bug in everybody's ear that typically we're on a cycle with buying school buses to keep our fleet up. We've got about 65 school buses, I think, that we age out the oldest 2 or 3 and replace 2 or 3 into our fleet.
How much are they?
They keep going up. I can tell you that the money that was budgeted for them was $600,000 from what I remember in the past. Is that right?
It's $650.
$650. That used to buy 5 school buses. Now it's closer to 4 school buses. I want to say they're about $120,000 a piece, roughly.
So does anybody have heartache with amending this? 2? That's what I was going to say, 2. To add 2 school buses to that CIP. So we don't get in the bind where you have to do 10 school buses.
Whenever we age them out, what kind of condition are they whenever they get aged out? If we go and look at them, I don't know what that, just because you're aging them out, does that mean?
I want to say, and again, don't quote me on this right now. I can get you hard numbers if you want. They're roughly about, if I remember correctly, 20 years old. We get a very, very small trade-in value for them, and they're up in the hundreds of thousands of miles.
So, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Stroud, the previous boards have gotten into some big issues with trying to, pay skipping school buses and then having them do 10, at 150,000. So I think it would be prudent at least approve two would be my recommendation to y'all if y'all are interested.
Are you looking to add two to that, or are you replacing something up there with the two?
No, add two to that.
Do we know how many we have that are 20 years old?
I can get the number. I can get you the numbers right now. I didn't come prepared to talk about school buses tonight, but I certainly can. We have total of 65. Usually we're cycling about 4 to 5 out and 4 to 5 in. Of our entire fleet, that's I've been told they get as old as 20 years old before we trade them in or attempt to sell them on the secondhand market.
Mr. Chair, maybe we should wait to next meeting to get an accurate number of the cost of the buses.
I can do
so that we can include that.
Yeah, and Mr. Stroud, do you have any other questions you want answered about the buses?
No,
I just want to make sure the buses that we're doing it because they're problematic, or they're just becoming like an issue, and how vehicles do, and not just because we feel like it's time.
Absolutely. I'll bring you back some more data on that.
3 1/4 buses a year. So 20 years.
3 1/4 buses, based on what the number I gave you. Okay.
Mr. Sullins?
Have we ever looked at leasing buses? Is that even a thing? Would that be cost prohibitive, or would it be better?
Not that I know of. Yeah.
Not that you know of. We've never looked at it, or it's not a thing.
I've never actually looked at it.
Mr. Chairman, could I address that issue?
Yes.
We have looked at leasing school buses, and it's been cost prohibitive. Down at the conference, they have like 4 vendors, and we've talked to each one of them, and it was more than what we're paying.
Thank you.
Mr. Stroud?
Well, if we're looking at an amendment, then we may want to consider 2 things with that amendment, that being the school buses at the same time as we look at the other amendment for the bleachers.
Mr. Chair, or we could just wait to the next meeting, at least have the buses added in on there, like the proper amount.
We're ahead of where we were last year, and we're definitely ahead of where we've been in the past. So this is a discussion. We can have those things brought back up at the next meeting. Can we do that?
Yes, sir.
All right. So we're looking at the expansion of the bleachers, and we're looking at the bus issue.
Understood.
Okay? Thank you, Dr. Boyd.
One more question.
Mr. Sullins?
Sorry, Dr. Boyd. I apologize. Sorry.
No, I'm not going home.
Is there any way we can look at like a glide slope if we expand the bleachers so that we can use the field for more things? We're going to use the field up more quickly. Is there a way that we can determine is the cost going to be worth the benefits of doing this? You know what I'm saying?
I follow you. So with increased use on the playing field, is that going to shorten the life of
Right,
the turf?
and make us have to pay this more often.
Okay,
So,
I'll see if that's something that the turf company can provide.
There's a study out there somewhere, Mr. Sullins. There's a study that was done on that particular issue. It might have gone with our records in the La La Land.
In King George?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Bender?
Yes, ma'am.
With this being said, maybe some of the possible rental income could go in a fund that's designated for turf replacement at a future time to be considered as part of it.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind that. I think the maintenance as well could be covered for that. There's a lot to consider, but we'll certainly take a look at those numbers. And anyone interested that's listening right now that would like to rent King George High School football field, let us know. Soccer field. So.
No. Like the KGY, they pay to use the field as well, right?
They pay. Yeah.
Yeah. And I know it's minimal, but anything that puts a dent in that number over the term, because they are using the field, right?
Right.
So where does that money go now?
It goes into the athletic department for facilities. I mean, it's an upgrade of certain things, but it's not.
I know it's minimal.
It's minimal.
I've been involved.
It's
It's 866,000.
That's
it's not
that's the new price.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So we're moving on. All right, Matt, Mr. Smolnick, King George County operating budget.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm proud to present the initial look at the FY26 operating budget. Before I get into this, I just wanted to really look over here to my right at Laverne and Levita. Just couldn't have done it without their help. You know, a lot of long hours crunching numbers, and so thank you both for your commitment to the county and on this project. Also, Mr. Rasavi and Ms. Leduc sat in on our budget team to review requests from the individual departments. So, you know, a couple things. I've kind of heard the board. I'll go through my budget presentation. This is a starting point. So you know, this is where we'll go, and I've got some recommendation at the end of you know, maybe what the next step look like to further refine the budget before final adoption. So without further ado, I'll slide here. So proposing an FY26 operating budget of $137,231,520. What is presented to you is a balanced budget. And what I have presented to you all, it fits in you probably put this in a 1-inch binder. So try to streamline it for the Board of Supervisors and to increase transparency for the public. So just for the public's knowledge, on the website right now, there are a couple of documents. One of them is a summary of all the revenues. The other one is a summary of all the expenditures. This is countywide to total 137 and some change. Later on in your packet, I think it's tab 3, and also on the website available for the public, we publish the individual request for each department. Something we did a little bit differently this year. There's a column with a big yellow header on the top called Notes. So whenever a department requests $5,000 for a specific line item, the budget team, and my recommendation, you had to tell me what that money's being spent on. So it helps you make an educated decision, but it also increases transparency, how money is being spent, and it helps educate the public on what is line item 5540. Why is that money being spent? Where is it being spent on? So I just wanted to touch on that first with, you know, some steps we made to help streamline the process and to, again, increase transparency. So this budget reflects no increase in real estate tax rate, keeping that at 68 cents. And also the personal property rate, keeping that flat at $3.25. It does not include the King George County Service Authority budget. This is separate. We'll come to you at a later date. And I went back and, you know, from the March 10th meeting, I've had some discussions with some of you afterwards. This is a flat budget for the schools. Okay, there's options in the meeting. It was a flat, and then look at the one, you know, a half funding, and then a fully funded. I don't think it's, you know, right to say, you know, any additional for 0 to 1.4 is solely due to the schools. This is a cumulative budget with all the departments. So I presented you all with a flat budget, but I also presented you what a penny equals: $408,914. Assuming a 98% collection rate, it goes down just a little over $400,000. So again, I didn't want to say schools would be the responsible party for a budget, for a tax increase. That's not right, because we can cut other parts of the budget. So, you know, if you're looking for an increase in funding of $1.2 million, there would be a 3-cent tax rate increase. So I want to provide you those numbers just to kind of set the stage of what I've presented to you. So expenditures by functional area. You look at this graph, and you see schools at the top. This across 4 localities I've worked in, watched a lot of other budgets. This is a very similar type graph that you see as far as the main categories: schools, public safety, capital improvement, debt service, the top 4. And you finished out by tourism, economic development, and the law enforcement. There's a special law enforcement grant fund that's out there, very, very small part of the budget. So this just kind of shows you where the expenditures are occurring. And then general administration, I'm going to go, when I go to the revenues by functional area, I'll break down the local sources of funding a little bit more. But as you can see, local sources of, yes, sir.
Can we ask questions as we go?
Absolutely. Stop me at any time.
Mr. Sellens.
Sorry, I was about to catch you before. You may already answer that question at the top. The 67,748, is that an expense to the county, or is that the total?
No, sure. That's
the
total. That's correct. I think the total to the county is 25,400,000 and some odd thousand, right in that range. Yeah, it's 25.4 is the local. So revenues by functional area, what generates it, it's really your local sources of taxes. I'll break this down a little bit further, but then you see some of your state local funding all the way down to $51,000 of revenue for the law enforcement project. So local sources of funding, this is your biggest revenue generator. General property taxes, $43.5 million. Non-revenue receipts, other local taxes, permits, licensing, charges for services, the list goes on. But this is really, that top one, the general properties, and then your other local taxes. These are essentially your real estate, your personal property, your business license, your meals tax, other things like that. These are broken down in those for the public and for you in the revenue sheets. I think the revenues are tab 1 in your binder. So these are all broken out of individually what they look like. So proposed compensation and benefits. So this is speaking to county employees. A 3% COLA, what does that look like for county employees? $214,955. And much what we're seeing year after year with health insurance, it's going up. We got our numbers for the county the county and school are on separate healthcare policies. The county realized a 10.8% increase. This proposed budget is a full absorption of that by the county to a tune of $469,870. This is based on 212 covered employees. Now, I've had some discussions with Dr. Boyd over the last couple of days, and unfortunately, their accounting system, I asked them late last night, their accounting system was down today. I was looking to see, and I think this is maybe for future discussions, what a COLA would look like for the 700 plus employees at the school district, and I believe their healthcare went up, I almost say about 12%. Yeah, it was 12%. So what those two numbers look like. So county employees and school employees can kind of be looked at in the same light. Again, early in the process, but this is where I'm at. Consumer price index, we talked about consumer price index a little while ago. So what is this? The CPI is really what a basket of goods cost a household. You look at the last 5 years, 21% increase. The CPI has gone up 21%. We all know that when you do your budgets at home, those grocery bills are up and everything else. So this is an indicator that things are getting more expensive. And the county, we can think of it, we are a consumer. All the products that we buy, the janitorial supplies, the services that we pay for, those costs are going up. So this is an indicator of the budget is a little bit more. I believe it is 3% more. There's a 3% increase in the proposed operating budget over last year. But you look at the CPI and you ask why, that's a leading indicator of why things are going up. So where do we stand in the region? 68 cents for a real estate tax rate. Really, if you look at this area, we're one of the lower ones around. It would be nice to be the lowest, but then do we provide the services needed for our citizens? So I just wanted to present this to the Board of Supervisors just to see, and these are current year tax rates. I don't know what other localities are looking at doing. We are in an assessment year that'll come into play next year when we're reviewing the budget, but as it stands right now, do you have a question, Mr. Sollins?
Yeah, you don't happen to know how this compares with the median income for those counties, do you?
I don't, but that's an easy. I can pull that and get that for you. Yes, sir. So where do we stand in the CIP budget, or I'm sorry, the overall operating budget? So this was the calendar that I provided the board. I think this was back in October, November, as we were starting to kick off the budget process. The blue items, those are the CIP. We're really near the end of the line there. The white items are the operating budget. So back in October, I had predicted a March 4th presentation. We're one meeting behind, still on track. I'm comfortable where we're at with this board, with the schedule for the operating budget. The next thing you'll see on there are retreats. So I know I talked to one or two board members this week. This is my recommendation, to hold 1 or 2 retreats. That's whenever we can sit down in an informal setting, still have everything open to the public, and sit there and really go through those last sheets that are provided to you in the public to look at the individual budgets for each department. That will give you the opportunity to question, well, why is this a dollar amount here? I saw the last couple of years, your actuals in 23 and 24, this, why are you asking another $45,000? That's an opportunity to interact with the department heads and get some very specific answers. So that would be my recommendation, is to hold a couple budget retreats, maybe in the next 2 weeks. We can set those up here in the boardroom, and I'll have all the department heads lined up and ready to answer any questions that you may have on their requests. So here's where we're at. The budget retreats, should you take my recommendation, we can schedule those according to that calendar. Still shooting for an April 15th public hearing with an adoption on May 5. So 26 budget, this is my first presentation to you all. You have the information. I've got some good questions. If you have any questions, I would love to hear your feedback on this. And then really these next couple budget sections, this next month and a half, we're really going to drill down and figure out what's the best thing for King George County with their operating budget. So I'll be happy to entertain any questions from board members.
Bender.
Yes, Mr. Smolnik, I know how many positions were originally proposed in the departments?
It was right at 8, I think it was 18.
And how many new positions do you have, Peter?
0.
0.
There's no new, there's probably some restructuring in a couple of the departments, but there'll be no new positions on top of the budget that we're in right now.
Now, what I'm going to bring up, because I see you every day in here, and I know my colleagues, they want economic development. So one of the things in the retreat I would like to bring up, Mr. Smolnik does a great job, but to do his job effectively as a county administrator, he needs somebody to help him with the economic development for the day-to-day. So that's something that I would like to consider in the retreat, because he does a good job, but I don't want him to, end up at Mary Washington because we overtaxed him too much. And so we could get those big wins, we need to have some assistance for him in whatever manner that is.
You say that the economic development in my budget was cut by 54%, just due to, trying to, do what I could to get you all a flat budget or flat tax rate.
Mrs. Smolnik, in the schools, did we get to the 5-year, 10-year for the teachers?
No, sir. What I did was just a flat budget for the schools, which did not address the compression issues and that 5 to 10 range that Dr. Boyd talked about at the 10th meeting, nor did it include any absorption of their cost of insurance, nor a 3% COLA. Those are some of the numbers I've requested from Dr. Boyd. I wish we had them, and I know he wishes he had them tonight, but we don't have those.
That's still on the table, though.
Everything is on the table, absolutely.
I don't think anyone is. I think that's something that I would push for, as far as the 5 and 10 year. I'd like to see what that looks like. Mr. Collins.
All righty, sir. You ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we're going to be in tab 3, and I'm just going to put it out there, and you don't have to give me the answers right now.
Okay, yes, sir.
You ready?
I'm ready.
In the administration, 5,000 for overtime. I didn't know we had anybody still working by the hour. The next one would be 13,645, and in that included is employee Christmas luncheon. You'll notice that on several of these next pages, the employee Christmas luncheon is there's $10,000 in one, there's $5,000 in another, so it's like a $40,000 Christmas lunch when you put all those together. Page 3, here it is, $10,000 in the human resources for the holiday employee lunch. Go on down further, $20,000. This is the human resources for legal consultation. Next one down is $5,800 for employee lunch gifts. Page 4, professional services, commissioner of revenue, $46,000, even though the reassessment's already captured. $74,20 travel conference fees. Going down further, books and subscription, 5,812. Next page is reassessment. We have a reassessment total of 484,213, but yet for some reason there's salary and wages for 240. I don't know if that includes the equalization board or not. I don't know what that $2,400 is. Page 6.
Alan, real quick, are you able to keep up with this, Mr. Smalley?
Yeah,
I'm there. I got everything.
All right.
I'm ready for the test at the end to see if I got it all. So I'm fine. Thank you.
Page 6 will be under treasurer. There's under salaries, part-time and overtime. There's two numbers there, 35, 36. Going down to the DMV administrator's top, it's $16,000 to get DMV in here. Go to the next one is finance. 1,596 procurement manager. It says cell phones. I think we talked about cell phones earlier. And the lease on the Rico copier, 7,532. I think we get better price on that. And down here, there's a lot of conferences for 12,620. Page 8, $120,000 in information technology for on-site support services as needed for hardware and software.
Sorry, what line was that? I got you here. I got you.
Page 8.
3320.
128,
3160. Okay, 3160 professional services.
And then 12,760 for vehicles lease. And then gasoline for department vehicles, $1,000 for information technology. Page 9 would be interim position for community engagement. And then $45,000 for promotional items and communication materials, including $25,000 for newsletters. So some of these things in this, I think, can be in the tourism budget. And then there's $5,000 for 2 staff to attend conference, and we only have 1 staff in there. And then the electoral board, I'm going to skip that one. Page 12, judges conferences and training, $2,500. I don't know why we as a county has to pay for these judges for $2,500 to go to conferences, and $1,500 for refreshments under the circuit court judges. And then on the combined courts, there's $3,500 public defender fee for appointed. And then there's $1,000 for judge and clerk travel. Again, this is one for general district combined. And then there's $3,000 for general office supplies for courtroom. And then we go to page 15. This will be the circuit court clerk. You got $2,000 for meetings, the VCC. Page 18 will be Commonwealth Attorney, preventive maintenance for county vehicle, and $7,000 for continual legaling, and but there's $2,500 for required to maintain state licensing. I would think that would be the same. And then we go to the sheriff's office, and like know it's a $20,000 increase due to replacement of the kennels. The $4,500 says increase due to inflation, and then $65,000 maintain fleet, $50,000 vendor increase for service contracts, $32,000 for daily operation to include in criminal investigations, I would think that that would be included in the personnel budget. And then community interdiction, I'm not sure what that is. And then there's $11,000 for food and supplies. I think that's what it is. No, I'm sorry, office supplies for $11,000. So then there's some gym equipment down here for $40,000.
Can I interject real quick? Is this?
I'm almost finished.
All right. There's a lot of pages we haven't gotten to yet, so I want to make sure. I didn't know if this is something that we'd handle at a retreat that we were talking about scheduling in the next couple of weeks. Or something you want to continue with?
Well, so we're reviewing the budget, and this is the opportunity I get to review the budget.
You sure can.
So I'm reviewing the budget, and I haven't asked them specific questions on each one. So I'm trying to save time.
Yeah. I'm just wondering if it would. That's all. You said you don't have too much left.
Nope.
Right.
So it's 30,000 for in the sheriff's office to provide high standard of service for the community. $120,000 for outdated equipment, and there's $10,000 for replace outdated equipment. Page 23, which is E911, $139,000 to maintain communication devices. 24, emergency services, for a maintenance vehicle lease, and then there's 46,000 for fire and rescue EMS training and expenses. And then there's 5,000 for fire prevention, $7,000 for code books. I don't think you need that many copies of the code book. And then King George Fire and Rescue, building repairs, $29,000. I think the building and grounds is already paying for repairs. $250,000 for vehicle maintenance. Here we go with the propane, $11,000, when the building and grounds are paying for the propane. $3,600 for cleaning supplies, $50,000 for fire hose scuba. All that was supposed to be covered under these other folks. And then we go to page 25, which is EMS grants. So there's a total of $216,000. I want that spelled out to exactly what that $216,000 is for. Page 29, which is GINS, 16,000 Juvenile Community Crime Control Act funding. Page 30, animal control, $5,000 for vehicle repairs and maintenance. Landline and fax is $8,412 for the animal control. Then the landfill, lease of backhoe and copier for $33,000. Supplies for in-house repair and maintenance, $33,000. Fuel for roll-off at $30,000. Page 32.
Hang just a second, sir. Page 31, you've got 33,216 for the backhoe. That's 5410. What else was there with the landfill?
33,000 for supplies for in-house repairs. Another cleaning supplies of 1,500, and then fuel for roll-off is 30,000. Page 32, 8,000 for overtime for the convenience centers. Page 33, third-party review of consulting services for engineering public works, 55,000. Office rent of 16,706. New chairs and files for 1,000. General properties, 29,000 for waste management, 95,000 for Spoot Parking Library lot, 245,000 for an elevator somewhere, 502,000 for electrical services at Isle County buildings, diesel, 53,000, water and sewer, 73,000, telephone is 700. On that 20,700, are we paying for telephones for other people that's in their budget? And then we have the janitorial supplies of 40,000. You notice that's captured in many people's budget. 17,400. Fuel for vehicles, page 36.
I ran out of paper. Can I just get, hang on. All right, thank you.
Page 36, 5,500 for Dominion Energy for Department of Social Services. We already pay a rental on that building of 74,487. I'm wondering why we had to pay for the electric bill along with that. Parks and Rec, 25,000 for the firework display. I thought that was in the tourism fund.
Okay, is that 40?
That's 40, I'm sorry. Phones and internet is $12,000 for Parks and Rec. Fuel for their vehicles, 10,900. Branding, 26 for shoes. Page 41, which is Citizen Center. Floor stripper and wax annual of 4,500. We have a janitor there. I don't know why they can't do the floor strip and wax annually. Scrubber machine for 750. Go ask the schools, they got tons of them. Advertising for, so small, for meetings, 6,000, 12,000 for continuing education. Go ahead and talk amongst yourselves. Page 44, VPI extension, $108,000. And then there's some, I thought we just gave them, they have $3,916 in janitorial services. And then you go down to food supplies. I don't know why we're paying for food supplies for the extension office. Economic development, 7,000 for marketing. Fuel for department vehicle. I didn't even know they had a vehicle. Economic development.
What page are we on, sir?
45. I'm getting a lot of pressure from over to my left, so I'm trying to go.
So you had, for economic development, you questioned which one?
The fuel for a department vehicle. I didn't know we had one.
We do, yes, sir.
Miscellaneous school activities, security, 43,000.
What, okay.
Oh, page
46.
46. Almost done.
Just to be clear, the pressure you're getting from the left isn't to not do it, but we agree to have a retreat so that we could do this slowly, methodically, and properly.
I want to make sure everybody knows these numbers. So, I mean, you can pressure me all you want, but I'm almost finished.
You said you were quicker. This is taking up a lot of time, and we
You want
could
to
have.
see if I ask questions about every single one of them. Just leave me alone. Let me finish, and then I'll be done. Okay, do you want to stop me? Go ahead. Okay.
Thank you. Everything you're saying is valid. It's just, we're talking about putting a retreat in the essence of time. You can't bulldoze this bender over here just because you don't like it.
I'm not bulldozing her. It says on the agenda exactly what, Mr. Chairman, exactly what we're supposed to be doing here. And that's what I'm doing. He is for discussion. He has permitted King George County operating budget, Mr. Smolnick, and I'm going through the items that I need more clarification for. Now, when we talk about a retreat, that doesn't have good transparency because people don't even know when there is a retreat. So that's the end of my.
It'll be
So
open
you
to the
won't
public.
let me continue. I will end at that. Thank you.
Please get with Mr. Collins on the rest of the 10 pages that are left.
I'll be happy to. Yes, sir.
Mr. Sellens has a question.
All right. You mentioned you put this on the website for the public to see. Can you say where? Because I can't find it myself.
It's on the agenda. We can put the working documents on the main page. We can put that there. We make that very visible.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yep.
Yep, got it.
Ms. Bender has a question.
I have a question concerning the school. I know in your figures you have level funding, but can we have some kind of breakdown if we did the increase in the step increase and the 3% and then the full health insurance? Can we have that number, how much that would be?
Absolutely. That's, they were trying to get to me today. I know the AS 400 system was down.
I just wanted in the public and I wanted
Absolutely.
so that the board, we could have those figures. Thank you. And the step, that vital piece that we have identified that needs to be fixed, it was at the 5 to 10, the compression, yes. And then the cost of living increase was 3%, correct? And then what was the other thing?
Healthcare.
The healthcare, yes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank
Mr. Stroud?
So you were just talking about health insurance and benefit package?
Let me just clarify. The county covers 100%, correct, Mr. Smolnick?
In the budget, in the proposed budget, the 10.8%.
It's the increase, correct.
The 10.8% increase is being absorbed by the county.
And the schools would like to do so also,
That is
correct?
correct.
That's what I was
So
talking about.
we'll get a number for that. Plus the 5 to 10 year compression, plus a 3% COLA for school employees.
That's exactly what I was talking about.
Understood. Yes, ma'am.
I just did some math on one of the pages. Actually, it was one, I think, for the courts. And the insurance, not including FICA, but just the health insurance, disability and such, is like 33%. If you take the total salaries and wages, on top of that, another 33% for benefits. So, I mean, benefits for government employees are really high.
That's, typically whenever, again, other localities have worked and you figure 30 to 35% on top of your salary is what it costs to employ one individual. That's what I've seen in my 20 plus years. Those are the numbers that we've always used when we were hiring or considering other positions.
Thank you.
Would we like to set some retreat dates so we can, or I want to make sure these will be open to the public.
Do you have a couple dates in mind?
Are there any, how about this? Are there any dates that maybe don't work for the Board of Supervisors? And then I can work around those. I think that'd probably be an easier way just to identify some dates that do not work for the board.
And Mr. Smolnick, you're just using retreat because we used to use work session. You're just rebranding it, right?
I'm used to retreat. It's a work session.
I know, it's just rebranding the name. It's the same thing.
Right.
So am I allowed to speak, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
All right. So next week would be out for me, spring break.
The only time I can is like the April 4th through the 6th. I know some that's on the weekend, but other than that, I can make it work.
You prefer evening time, 5:30 start? Does that work for everybody?
that good for you, Mrs. Stroud? Did you want earlier? Bender?
Oops, that's fine. Could you shoot out like a doodle poll with some available dates? Would that be possible?
I can do that for the board, absolutely. I'll work around these couple that were mentioned, and I'll send out a doodle poll. I'm thinking two work sessions. I think that should suffice, but we can always put a third. I'll send it out. Any other questions for me at this point?
No, sir.
Thank you very much.
03-11 Hop Yard Farm Trail, Mr. Richard Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to be quick. So in early 2000s, they rezoned and offered proffers in the Hop Yard subdivision, which I'm sure you all are all familiar with. There's been a period of time that we've been having some discussion with the attorneys for the applicant of that project. And they did a plat and a deed and wanted to convey a public trail to the county. And I questioned that and whether the county wanted that and the liability and the cost of maintenance and such. And we've had some discussions back and forth. I've gone back and read the proffers, and this ultimately is a question for you all that you're going to need to take action on. You don't have to take it tonight, but I want to give you the information and you all have to make a decision. So the proffer required them to construct a trail parallel to Route 607 running the length of the property to include 10 parking spaces on the natatorium site, which was never built. And I believe the $2 million that they were supposed to pay for that or whatever went to something else. It's all supposed to be within a 200-foot buffer on the west side of Route 607. Had to be 8 feet wide and constructed of all weather material, and it has to be open for public use at all time. That's one proffer in it. There were some other things. They had to give you a boat ramp, and I'm not sure if they ever conveyed the boat ramp to you, but maybe they did. That has to be done at some point. If you want it, typically DWR takes those so that the county doesn't have liability and the state does because they've got sovereign immunity better than y'all's. So at the 100th permit, they're supposed to build so many parking spaces at the boat ramp. And the 200th occupancy permit, this trail was to be conveyed to the county upon completion and acceptance by the county. The owners of that are fairly insistent that the county must accept this trail because it's in the proffer. I disagree. I think it is within your discretion, but if you accept that trail in fee simple, you then have the liability for it, the maintenance cost, and the other issues with it. Typically, the way I've seen these done in the past, and I've never seen the proffers drafted exactly this way, you would say that it's going to be drafted and offered to the county. This says it a little bit different, but it's still conditioned upon acceptance by the county, and I think that's what the law requires anyway. Because a board in 2000 can't necessarily bind a board in 2025, you have your own legislative prerogative. So that is the crux of the issue. I don't know if you all have any familiarity with this or not. We've been discussing it for a period of time, and it just had to be something that came to you all, and you all are going to have to make a decision whether you want to accept this trail or not, and we'll notify them. And I'll answer any questions.
Bender.
Yes, when I was briefly the county administrator, this first came up, and there is some issues that it needs some upgrading, correct, Mr. Smolnik? And then would be a cost that we would have to maintain this.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I can't speak to if the upgrades need to be made now. Typically with HOAs that have a trail system such as this, there's a reserve fee that's set up through the HOA fees to whenever the repairs do need to be made, they've got the money. So, if the county were to accept this, then we would need to think about how we would pay for this whenever the time comes for a remilling or a repaving or, replacing culverts or whatnot.
And then also my other question is security, that would be a cost also, possibly.
If Mr. Chairman, if Ms. Bender, if you all were to accept this trail, you have all the responsibilities associated with a public trail. You have to maintain it. You have to do whatever needs to be done. You have to field the calls with regard to issues with it. You have any liability if somebody gets hurt, potentially. You have all the responsibilities with it.
Thank you.
Stroud? Comment? We could just agree tonight not to accept it.
I don't see that you all have to accept it. And there's nothing in this proffer that leads me to believe, or the law, which leads me to believe you must accept it. What I think was intended was that it would be built and offered to the county, but it's clearly, in my mind, conditioned upon acceptance by the county of this, and that pretty much is the law anyway. And if you think about that otherwise, I mean, people could just write a deed and convey all kinds of stuff to the county, and the county wouldn't even know they had it. So there's got to be acceptance by the county of anything like this.
Do we want to make a decision on this tonight? I mean, I don't think our mind's going to change on it. I don't think anyone's for it.
Does anybody want to accept the trail as a county trail?
No, I don't.
Mr. Chair, my only concern is there a legal cost to this? Because I'm sure the folks are going to come back and say, no, we proffered this in 2006 or 2003, wasn't it? Sometime 2003.
I'm sorry, did you say is there a legal cost?
Well, could there be a legal cost? Like, because the Hop Yard organization, the HOA, they feel that this proffer, or at least the builder, correct? That
the builder proffered this. I'm not aware that the HOA is responsible for it either.
Okay, so that's why I was asking, is there any
Not what it says. I think the builder is liable for this. But the proffer clearly says it has to be built to certain specifications, and it has to be open at all times for public use. So I think that responsibility will fall on the builder until such time as maybe he can, I don't know what he's going to do with it, or they go defunct, or.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that.
Collins?
Not a question, but a recommendation. I agree. I don't think anybody's going to change their mind over the next 2 weeks, but bringing it back in 2 weeks, it gives other people, if there is some legal precedent that we're not aware of, it gives that time to bubble up to the top, and we're also properly following Robert's Rules of Order if we bring it back next time as an action item.
Smolnik, you put that on the next agenda as an action.
We will, yes, sir.
All right, next up, County Administrator report. You get to talk again.
Mr. Chairman, just a reminder, since I'm the parliamentarian, it's 10 minutes to 10. So if we go over, we have to extend.
You won't.
Thank you. So first of all, there's a discussion about noise at the landfill. I believe there were some higher levels of noise. And I did want to report back to the Board of Supervisors, email here from Mr. Newchuk to myself on March 14. Matt, Captain Weston came over to landfill today. We both took noise readings with our monitors. My meter is reading consistently higher, and the actual noise levels are lower than I initially reported. The sheriff's meter showed 84 decibels at my office, 64 decibels at the side of the gas to energy plant, and 78 decibels at the rear of the plant directly next to the dehydrators, which is the loudest spot. The facility perimeter numbers are well within compliance. So I just want to let the board know that we did follow up on the issue. 2 meters with Mr. Newchuk and Captain Weston, both of them said, the numbers were good. They could have been higher at one point, but when they went out there, they are in compliance. Second item, we've got the plat for Fox's Way. We talked about this with Mr. Lemon. The plat should be overnighted to the planning department. I think we can, talking to Mr. Beal, I think we can still get it on their paving schedule. Again, the board agreed to use telefees in the amount of $89,000 some to pave this. That's if it's on this paving cycle this coming year, because they're already going to be paving Route 3. This is actually the 2026 paving schedule. Question came up. I just wanted the plat needs to be signed by the owner, which is King George County. Just to put my mind at ease, I would just like authorization from the Board of Supervisors to sign on behalf of King George County for the right-of-way dedication plats for Fox's Way.
So moved.
Second.
Motion probably second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Two more quick items. We got a zoning amendment kickoff meeting tomorrow in this boardroom, 3 p.m. So Ms. Leduc and I know Mr. Vaughn will be there also. So looking forward to that. And last, ribbon cutting ceremony for the new courthouse this Friday, March 21st at 2 p.m. Open to the public. Please come on out and enjoy the ribbon cutting for this facility. And that's the end of my report, Mr. Chairman.
We have one last thing, which is the secondary public comment. We still going to do that? You guys ready? All right. Keep it to 3 minutes. Just state your full name, district, what you vote.
Nelson Mills. I'm from James Madison. And I want to discuss the solar farm. And I have comments, concerns, as well as rhetorical questions that I don't expect to answer tonight, but I would like to follow up with the board. Appreciate your time. A lot of people refer to the solar panels and solar energy as clean power, but these panels do harbor a cocktail of toxic chemicals, including cadmium compounds, silicone, tetrachloride, and hexachlorine, ethylene, and lead. Solar panels don't last forever, so we're worried about the production of them as well as the demill of them and where they get thrown away. We're also concerned about the zinc leaching into the soil. And, it'd be nice if there was an independent environmental survey that's been conducted that would convince us, members of the county, that this is safe. So I do ask, does the King George supervisors have enough information regarding the solar farm proposal to feel comfortable with signing the King George residents up for potential exposure to solar panel toxins? And I go back, I'm very familiar. I worked up and down the Ohio River and all the power plants. And I go back to PPG, we all have Teflon in our bodies now, and that's an ongoing issue with PPG and many lawsuits. So, second point, it's a fact that solar and wind farms are some of the most inefficient ways to produce energy per their footprint. It takes 10 acres for a solar panel, 10 acres of solar panels to produce 1 megawatt of energy. As a comparison, I looked at Morgantown Power Plant. That produced 11 times more power on a quarter of the footprint of this proposal. It's only producing 137 megawatts. If you're wondering about Birchwood produced 258 megawatts on 316 acres. My point is, this has taken up a big footprint in the county. Third fact, Virginia has been a hub of agricultural prominence since the early 1600s. However, according to data from the U.S. Department of Agriculture, the state has lost 2,000 acres of once productive farmland per week in 2021. And much of the farmland is now covered with swaths of metal and glass solar panels. Does King George County want to add to this loss of farmland when we have industrial zoning identified for industrial projects? Does King George need the revenue from the solar farm that bad? Fourth point, solar farm myth, reduced energy bills. There's a lot of people out here in the county that thinks 3 minutes up. Is that it?
It goes by quick.
Okay.
It does go by fast, yes.
Okay, so that's it?
That's it.
Okay. I can submit this. I'd like to submit it to the Board of Supervisors. Everybody.
Please.
Can I send it? I got Sully's email.
That'd be fine.
Okay. I can send it to you electronically because I got more points. Okay.
Any comments from the board?
There's one more.
Oh, go ahead.
Hi, my name's Terry Morgan, Shiloh District. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in opposition to the solar project. I'd like to begin by saying that over the last 48 hours, I've been very saddened and deeply hurt by the lack of information that my neighbors and fellow residents have been told about this project. This community has been bombarded by solar projects, as you know. We're overwhelmed. I have personally spoken with many of my neighbors who feel that they haven't gotten enough information, nor did they even know about the information. Many do not even get the paper, as you know, in the Shiloh district, nor do they have internet. If this company truly cared about the residents of the Shiloh districts, they would have sent out a countywide pamphlet. They have the money. They have a $500,000 solar project. As this company has tried to strong arm many of the residents by threatening the neighborhood by putting in malls, strip malls, gas stations, and big neighborhoods. That's what these neighbors have been told, which you as a board need to at this time tell them that this is not allowed in the A1 and A2 zoning districts. Compliance with our comp plan needs to be followed, and so does our zoning and ordinances. That being said, I'd also like to clarify that contrary to Mr. Volp's assertion that in the last planning commission meeting, he spoke and said that Mr. Gilchrist, the day of that, before that meeting, in the planning meeting, had told that we had open dialogue between us. That is factually inaccurate. In reality, the only communication I had was via Facebook Messenger. I posted it on the community page and I got a message. This is one example of this company saying whatever needs to be said to achieve its goal. Another example of this is their submission to the board that the community, that they have contacted everyone in the vicinity for this project. This is simply not true. I live 88 yards from this project and I was never contacted. I have family members that also live that same distance. They were not contacted. This project has been going on for 4+ years and none of us were contacted. I only found out about this 6 weeks ago and I've had to pour over 600 pages of paperwork, as well as you all have. The word vicinity that they've used over and over is a general closeness, whereas the word adjoining means sharing a common point. These terms are not the same, and yet this company has used them as if they are. This company is willing to lie to this board on such a simple matter. How are we as a community supposed to believe anything that is put before us? They say they will not remove topsoil, but yet in their paperwork, they've referenced removing topsoil and leaving it there on site for later use. We as a community cannot stand by as they use the words and terminology as vicinity for adjoining, as they use their best efforts, which is the community we have to deal with. What is their best efforts? It's not for our good. Placing the sprawl.
Thank you, ma'am. If any members of the board have comments, we're going to have to make a motion to add some time to the meeting. Any comments? I have a motion for adjournment.
I'll make a motion to adjourn. Well, we don't know when our retreat is, so I will make a motion to adjourn to April 1st, 2025 at 5:30 p.m. in the Rivercombe Boardroom, unless we have retreat dates that we mentioned earlier. Or if, Mr. Stewart, is that a valid motion?
Second.
Motion probably second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Everyone's ayes. Motion is adjourned.